I'd like to call to order the regular Riviera Beach City Council meeting on May 6th. The time is 6 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Julia Botel,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Councilperson Troderick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier, Councilperson Kashamba Miller Anderson,
Present.
City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
May proceed.
Thank you. Could we have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with
Indivisible.
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm going to read the public comment statement. Any member of the public wishing to comment publicly on any matter, including items on the agenda, shall submit their comments to City Clerk Claudine Anthony at publiccomments@rivierabeach.org. That's PUBLICCOMMENTS @rivierabeach.org. The email shall contain the applicable agenda item numbers along with the precise wording to be read into the record. Explicit language will not be read. Emails without applicable agenda item numbers will be read under the general public comment section. Be advised, public comments will be accepted for each applicable item and the general public comment section until closure is announced by the chairperson or the city clerk. All email addresses and submitted comments are and will be public record per chapters 119 and 668 of Florida statutes. The city clerk or designee will read public comments into the record at the appropriate time for no more than 3 minutes. If you have any questions, please contact the city clerk's office at 561-845-4090 or email crobinson@rivierabeach.org. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions from the manager, the mayor, or the council to the agenda?
Yes,
Ms. Lanier, was that you?
yes, that's me.
Recognized.
I'd like to pull item number 13. Meaning I'd like to either table it or put it on for the next item because I'm still getting more information about this policy that I wanted to review. And I want to take this off the agenda for tonight.
Does anyone object to taking it off the agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. McCoy.
I think that this discussion item does need to stay on the agenda because this is a topic that we've actually come across our desk for the last couple of weeks now. So I definitely want to kind of try to close this out or have the discussion, or at least have the discussion deliberation about it, and prefer not to have it pulled for tonight.
Could I hear from other members of the Mr. McCoy, do you feel that you want to see it on the agenda or off this evening?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to see if we can have that discussion.
Ms. Miller Anderson, would you like to have that discussion?
I'm fine with it coming off, but if the majority would like for it to be on, that's fine too. I do agree with Ms. Lanier that we do have more information that's coming. But it is something that needs to be addressed at some point for sure.
It does seem like we're getting information about this up until the very last minute. Mr. Evans, do you look for leaving it on tonight and getting it done? Or?
Whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Lanier.
I just wanted to say that I've been getting information for the past couple of weeks from different entities about this issue up until today, receiving additional information and also information about forthcoming information for this particular item. And I want to be able to discuss this with all the information in front of me and not make a hasty decision. Even though it's up for discussion, I really would like to have all the information, and you never can have everything, but there's information that's coming in every single day about this item.
Okay, I think we will remove it from the agenda. I too feel like I am getting information at such a quick pace that it's difficult to even digest it so that we can have an informed discussion. So we'll put it on the agenda for the 20th.
I disagree, Madam Chair.
Well, I think, Mr. McCoy, you're outnumbered by three to.
Well, if I may,
Sure, go ahead, Mr. McCoy.
I specifically asked the manager if I could have this on the agenda because there was a lot of information that wasn't available. And this was going to provide some opportunity besides the memo that he sent out that we can have a dialogue together as a board. Now, certainly, if you guys choose to remove it from the agenda, I wanted to see if we can have a discussion. And if we can't have that discussion tonight, I'll just move forward with calling for a special meeting. And then if you guys choose not to accept or adopt the agenda, then that's fine too. But I think, at the very least, I've had concerns with this for over 2 weeks, and I've shared this with the manager, and he insisted that he would bring this to the board's attention as a body. So if you don't want to have it tonight, I'll just circulate a request for a call for a special meeting to deal with it.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. We're going to take it off the agenda for this evening. Madam Clerk, would you strike that? I think it's the last item, so it doesn't require us to change any of the numbers.
No, it does not, Madam Chair. However, I did see the mayor had his hand raised.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mayor Felder.
It's okay. It's concerning this item, and I know we're talking about pushing it back to the 20th, but we're getting a lot of phone calls and emails every day. I don't see anything wrong with a discussion to at least put to bed some of the questions, even for us to understand what's going on. So all we're going to get is inundated with more emails, phone calls. If we, it's not fair to us either. We're going to be inundated. I'm telling you, we're going to be blowed up tomorrow if we don't have a discussion about that tonight. And I don't think having a discussion about it, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what it is. It's a discussion to show those concerned parties that we are at least talking about it. And so I think the wrong thing to do is take it off the agenda because it's going to send the wrong message.
Thank you, Mayor Felder.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Miller Anderson.
I don't have a problem with hearing it tonight. However, because there may be a few people that want to discuss it, I have received some information today. There's still confirmation I'm trying to get on some things. So I'm not sure as to how much I'm going to be able to add to the conversation, but for those of you that do have enough and feel you want to have this conversation tonight, I'm fine with keeping it on the agenda. I mean,
Okay.
I'm fine with it in terms of that, but I don't know how much I'm going to add to the conversation.
Ms. Lanier, are you comfortable enough with it just being a discussion? And we're certainly not.
No, I'm not comfortable. And in fact, I like Mr. McCoy's idea of having a special meeting about it. I think this is a very, very sensitive subject. And I think that, 10 or 15 or 20 minutes at the end of an agenda doesn't do it justice. And I agree with him. I think that we should have a special meeting for this.
Okay.
And we'll ask Mr. McCoy to follow up and ask for a special meeting on it. I agree. It looks like it might be late in the evening when we get to that discussion, and we certainly don't want to give it short shrift. So appreciate that, Mayor Felder, for your comments, and Mr. McCoy for your desire to have it. And we'll look forward to your asking for a special meeting on the topic in the very near future. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Can we have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
So, second.
And we're doing that with that item deleted.
Yes.
Ms. Anthony, go ahead. I couldn't hear you, Ms. Anthony.
That was not me talking.
What
So
was
can-
it?
I
Okay,
don't know
so
who that was.
we had we had a motion and a second, I believe.
Okay,
Thank you. Can we call the roll?
okay. Councilperson McCoy,
What are we voting on?
It's the agenda.
we adopted the agenda with item number 13 deleted.
Yes.
Wait a minute, Madam Chair.
No, Madam
We
Chair.
didn't adopt,
No, wait.
we didn't
So,
adopt we didn't do consent.
I think we need to clarify a couple things. And I would ask that, Madam Chair, if you can have the clerk call the roll on the removing of item number 13 and not just the poll.
Okay. Madam Clerk, will you call the on the removal of item 13 with the understanding that we will have a special meeting about it.
Okay, Madam Chair, the motion was to adopt the agenda with the item removed. If you want to do a separate roll call vote for the removal of that item, then we would need a motion and a second for that.
And I think it really means a whole lot, because I don't agree with removing this item from the agenda. And I don't want me adopting this agenda with that item removed to some way suggest that I support the removal of item number 13.
All right, so
So I wanted a roll call vote on item number 13 being removed, so I can
Thank-
preserve the record.
thank you. I think procedurally, we will have to remove the motion and second to adopt the agenda. So would whoever motioned and seconded, would you remove that? And then we will ask for somebody to make a motion on removing item 13.
Okay, I take back my second or motion for approval of the agenda. I don't know who seconded it. I'm not sure.
I didn't. I have
So-
a question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Miller Anderson.
When we take this vote, though, I want, Mr. McCoy, when are you looking to have a special meeting?
I'm requesting one for tomorrow.
Okay. Well, first of all, what time? Because they have their update. Isn't there an update tomorrow, Mr. Evans, or no?
Well, I'm sure that this would probably take precedence since this is a special call meeting by the board, but you guys don't have to accept it. I mean,
I'm
but
fine
literally,
with
I've
having
waited
a
over
special
2 weeks.
meeting. I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
With-
We can have a special meeting if the meeting starts at if the update starts at 6 or 6:30. We can easily have a meeting that starts at 5.
We haven't, the 24 hours is, we're not within
Oh,
the 24 hours.
Oh.
So
So-
here's, let me say this, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with having the meeting, keeping it on the agenda tonight. If we don't get through what Mr. McCoy wants to get through tonight, then he can call a special meeting. So I would be okay with it being on the agenda tonight to see, I mean, we may find we don't need to have another meeting. So
Okay,
I'm fine with keeping it on for tonight and see, I mean, maybe Mr. McCoy has some more information that I may not have, so I'm fine with this staying on tonight. And if we don't get through what we need to get through, then we can call a special meeting.
okay.
So I want to just put that on record before we vote.
So are we back to, now we've gotten rid of the motion and the second to approve the agenda. And now we are at the point of voting. Somebody has to make a motion, and then we'll vote on whether or not to remove that item so that we have clarity about who wants it and who doesn't want it. Will someone please make a motion to remove that, Ms. Lanier, I'm sure that will be you, to remove item 13 from the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Okay, I can't second it, so that dies for lack of a second. So it will stay on the agenda then, because we don't have enough people. So that relieves us of the requirement to have a special meeting, and now we can go back to asking if somebody would once again move to accept this agenda and second.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes,
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes.
That motion
Um,
is approved with Councilperson Lanier dissenting.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Miller Anderson.
I think we need to go back up here for the disclosures part because we kind of skipped over that.
Yes,
If there's
I
any disclosures for any of these items.
I mean, does the council people have any disclosures with regard to this agenda?
I do. I spoke with several of the, well, we all received emails from some of the employees regarding item number 13. And I spoke to some of the reps from SEIU for item number 13. And that would be it probably.
I suspect we all got that same disclosure. Does anybody not have that disclosure? We've all had conversations with, we've all received emails from certain members of the agency, and we all, I suspect, had conversations over the phone with representatives from SEIU. So let that be entered into the record. Thank you. And now, did we have any public comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have public comments on the consent agenda.
Okay, but let's hear those first then.
Okay, the acceptance of public comments on this consent agenda is now closed. Our first public comment will come from John Cole, and they write, I support Alexis Lockhart for this board. She is dependable, effective, and in the community working. The next public comment comes from Norman Bain. And it states, I support Alexis Lockhart for position. She speaks for the youth and is dependable. She has amazing ideas and is a great leader. I support Alexis Lockhart wholeheartedly. As a recent college graduate, I feel that she could help move this city forward with ideas that will set our city to higher heights. She will definitely bring a fresh perspective to this housing board. Alexis Lockhart is definitely the person for this position. Her conduct and her work ethic and her leadership skills are exactly what this board needs. Our next public comment comes from Makai June. I support Alexis Lockhart, who wholeheartedly, as a millennial, I feel that she could help move this city forward with ideas that will set our city to higher heights. She will definitely bring a fresh perspective to this housing board. She is a great leader and has amazing qualities to bring to the table. The next public comment will come from Keith Whitaker. In my time of knowing Alexis, time and time again, she has shown excellent leadership skills and an amazing ability to work well under pressure. Alexis possesses an uncanny ability to bring people from different walks of life together in order to create projects that benefit many people and the surrounding communities. I have never seen a person work so hard and with as much empathy and understanding as her. Alexis is a great addition to any team or group of people because she is so genuine, positive, and smart, to say the least. And I know that if you allow her the opportunity, you will quickly reap the benefits of having such a wonderful person around. The next public comment will come from Gabrielle Norton. I support Alexis Lockhart for position. She speaks for the youth and is dependable. She has amazing ideas and is a great leader. The next public comment is from Alexa Guy. Alexis Lockhart absolutely is a great access to the board. She is a phenomenal leader that speaks up for issues that people may shy away from. She is a morally sound leader. The next public comment comes from Jermaine Haynes. Alexis is a progressive thinker and an ambitious leader. She is definitely what this board needs, and I support. The next comment comes from Noble Mays. I support Alexis Lockhart for the appointed position on the housing board. She is dependable, effective, innovative, and she will definitely bring a fresh perspective to this housing board. The next public comment comes from Byron Russell. Alexis Lockhart is definitely a viable candidate. She is not afraid to take challenges, and she always has something to bring to the table. Thank you. The next public comment comes from Leandra Swells. I support Alexis Lockhart for the appointed position on the housing board. She is dependable, effective, innovative, and she will definitely bring a fresh perspective to this housing board. Best regards, Leandra Swells. Next public comment is Alphonse Burnett. To whom it may concern, I am writing to express my full support for Alexis Lockhart for this position. I've had the pleasure of working alongside Alexis for the past 8 years, and I can honestly say that she is a strong leader with a knack for turning amazing ideas into strategy. She's a very determined woman with a strong sense of self and pride in her work. Warmest regards, Bernette Alphonse Etienne. The next public comment, Madam Chair, I will not be able to read in its entirety as it's a 3-page public comment. It's from Portia Lockhart. Please put item number 2 in the subject line. I support Alexis Lockhart for position. She speaks for the youth and is dependable. She has amazing ideas and is a great leader. I support Alexis Lockhart wholeheartedly as a recent college graduate. I feel that she could help move this city forward with ideas that will set our city to higher heights. She will definitely bring a fresh perspective to this housing board. Alexis Lockhart is definitely the person for this position. Her conduct and her work ethic and her leadership skills are exactly what this board needs. And Madam Chair, it looks like the person cut and paste. She says that Alexis Lockhart makes sure that we millennials are heard and have a chance to succeed in the city that we have all grown up in. Wherever she goes, I'm with her. I support her. Alexis Lockhart is such a hard worker for this community, a genuine leader, and she always comes to the table with great ideas. Alexis Lockhart is always doing something to support this community, and I'm sure that she will bring that same acumen to this position. Alexis Lockhart is a great candidate for this position. She does a lot for this community. I support her wholeheartedly. Alexis Lockhart is the fresh face and bright mind that this board needs. I definitely support. Alexis has been a true leader for what is right, very mature, and does not deal with mess in the most classiest way. She brings something to the table for everyone. I definitely support. Alexis Lockhart is always thinking of others and continues to bring everyone along with her to rise to the top. She is also such a great speaker and can find something special in everyone to bring people together. I support. Alexis Lockhart is a very much needed addition to the board. I support. Alexis is a progressive thinker and ambitious leader. She is definitely what this board needs, and I support. Alexis Lockhart is dependable and a hard worker. She delves into the details and makes sure that everything always is for the good of everyone. I support. The next public comment comes from Tiana Holman. Alexis Lockhart would make a great addition to this board. As a millennial, I am excited to see her represent me in this city. And our last public comment comes from Alana Ward. Alexis Lockhart would make a great addition to this board. She is a college graduate with international experience that will bring a new perspective. All the best, Alana Ward. Madam Chair, that completes public comments for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I think we're all now wondering when we're going to get to meet this spectacular Alexis Lockhart. I don't think we've ever had such a rousing, and nobody spoke about the library board people. I mean, what are they? Gotcha. Anyway, I do want to make a statement before we move on from that. And it's actually a question to Mr. Evans. Can we be sure that we provide training in the form of, code of conduct, ethics training, Robert's rules for anybody who's on a board in the city? Because as we have new people coming on these boards, I suspect maybe they're not really, accustomed to working as a member of a board. And I think it would be helpful if we provided them with that kind of support.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. We can schedule the opportunity for training to be provided at their first meeting, and then we can look to bring out a training series for Sunshine Law, Chapter 286 public meetings, all those other elements, working with legal and Florida League of Cities, as they already have training modules built in. We can offer that to members of the public that may want to sit in for some of those trainings as well. So that's something that we can certainly build out.
Thank you.
I certainly agree with that, Madam Chair. Serving on 2 or 3 boards with the city of Riviera Beach, it was never a, quote unquote training. There were people came in and talked about a parliamentary procedure. Somebody came in one day and talked about sunshine law, but there was never really any official training. So a lot of times it was very difficult for us to get things done because we were not really sure of how to do it.
Right.
So I agree with that.
We'll correct that. Thank you, Ms. Lanier. Okay, consent agenda. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Can we have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So
Poll
move.
number 2, Madam Chair.
Who just spoke?
I said so move. Mr. McCoy had a question.
Mr. McCoy?
No, I want to pull number 2 from consent and have a discussion.
Okay, we'll pull number 2 from consent and have a discussion about the famous Alexa Lockhart. Anything else, other members? Okay, with item 2 pulled, can we have a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, may I ask who seconded that? I didn't hear a second.
I think Mr. McCoy Ms. Lanier made the motion, and I believe Mr. McCoy seconded with the condition that we remove item 2. Am I right, Mr. McCoy?
You're wrong, Madam Chair.
Then correct me, please.
I just wanted to make the notation that I wanted to have a discussion, ask some questions on number 2. So I didn't make a motion.
I'll second.
Ms. Miller Anderson, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda with item 2 removed, the consent agenda with item 2 removed. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson, Pro Tem Lawson,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Chair Botel,
Yes.
unanimous vote. Item number 2, appointment of board member to the Riviera Beach Housing Authority Board. Mayor Felder.
Well, Mr. McCoy had a question, I think. Mr. McCoy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor, I'm very interested in finding out how you and everybody know Alexis Lockhart to be the best person in the city. But more importantly, I was interested in finding out what did your results yield when you indicated to the members of the body that you were seeking out applications, because I was looking for an application and I didn't see any. And I was looking for a resume and I didn't see one until one arrived in our inbox today. So can you speak to how this person is someone that you're recommending?
Yes, when I first got elected, I was meeting with a group of college graduates that's from our city and been working in our city. And from that group, got to know Alexis very well. She was very adamant about wanting to do more with our city. Madam Chair can understand this point, being that she brought somebody like Sammy on to give them a chance. As I speak with these young adults, one of the big things that we're talking about is they get their college degree and they leave, they don't come back. And so what I want to do is really offer them an opportunity to take some of these boards because they want to be invested in our city. She's been doing a lot of work in the city of Riviera Beach. Her dad has done a lot of work in Riviera Beach, so she's not new to this. I think everybody that called in was very genuine because she's been around for a little while now, putting in work for our city. So, the relationship, I got to know her for the last year or so, and I thought she would be a good candidate after talking to her about it, something that she would like to do. She feels like she can bring fresh perspective and ideas to that board, and it gives her opportunity to grow and learn. So that was my reason for selecting her.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, so how many applications did you receive? I mean, I know you did indicate that you were going to seek applications.
Yeah, we put it out over a month ago on the council meeting. So if anybody wants to call our office, you can get an application. We received any. We didn't receive any.
So she didn't even put one in? Or she just expressed interest?
No, she put in an application.
Okay, with that,
Here you go, Councilman. I didn't know, I mean, following the procedures, it's my appointment. So I didn't know I have to give the councilman an application. That application is for me. My job is to come and present the person to you, and you guys approve or disapprove of that person. But that appointment is mine. So I get the applications. I was never told or saw anywhere where the previous mayor shared the application and all that with the other members of the board.
actually, if I'm not mistaken, I was looking back and I do see the last member that was appointed, actually last two members who were appointed did submit an application, and it was on the city's application. That's why I was a little concerned when I only see a memo on your backup. And then I did receive the email today from the city attorney with her resume. But I'm really concerned, and this is something I know Councilwoman Lanier and the manager probably can identify with, that we definitely have a shortage of people serving on the board. But I was expecting that this was going to be a competitive process similar to our other board appointments. And you're saying she was the only applicant that we've received for this?
Well, again, this is the mayor's appointment. Remember, I really don't appoint with you, the other people that you guys appoint. I don't see that information. This is clearly my appointment to bring. So, you know, as far as me, I feel like she's the right person to be on that board. I'm bringing it to you guys to approve or disapprove. Now, you know, going into the logistics about, you know, I'm not a part of who you guys pick for other boards. So this is specifically me sitting on this board or on this council. This is my appointment. And I take it very seriously. And I'm not trying to bring anybody. I'm trying to bring somebody. Everything you heard about her is true. Now, whether or not you don't know her is one thing, but it's not that she's not known. And I think I'm bringing the best, the right person at this time, giving a college graduate a chance to sit on our board. And I thought that's what we're all about with this council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that didn't even answer the question. I'm not even speaking to whether or not it's your appointment or not. I was looking at the actual statute, and it really, and I'm saying this respectfully, it's not your appointment. It says that the mayor recommends to the governing body. The governing body makes the decision. So similar to every other appointment that we see, just like if you look at the other three appointments that's on the agenda today, they all have applications. And at the very least, if you received an application, I think it's important to share it with us if that's what you want to recommend. But I definitely had some concerns about it. But, you know, I don't doubt her ability. And even seeing her resume today, I was very much impressed. But I think you can't expect that we appoint anybody. And if you don't think I'm serious, you can ask the attorney that I spoke to her over the weekend, and I wanted to know the resume of the person that we were appointing to the special magistrate seat. So it really is a decision of the board. And just similar to any other ratifications that happen at the federal or state level, obviously the president can recommend a judicial candidate for Supreme Court, but it's up to the members of the Senate to ratify that. And that generally comes by seeing some sort of credentials or some sort of application. But if you think I should support this blindly, I think perhaps you probably gotten the wrong impression. But that's certainly not what it is. It's not an appointment by the mayor.
Well, Councilman, it's up to you to vote for it. All right, it's not what I think. I brought it to the table. You guys call it on the table. You vote for it, or you don't. But I don't think we have to spend a lot of time here right now discussing that.
You don't think we should have to see this person's credentials, just appoint him because you say it was?
Well, you saw the credentials. You say you received it.
Well, I seen it today, Mr. Mayor, and that's what I was asking. So is this the only person that you received an application for?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, I would ask that we temporarily postpone the appointment until after we finish the presentations.
Well, I would ask that you put it on the table and let it be voted. And if she's not going to be voted for, we can move on and do that.
Well, can I finish?
Go ahead, Mr. McCoy, and then we're going to wrap this up.
So obviously there's a presentation from Heron Estates, and I wanted to see if we could have some information be provided to us relative to Heron Estates, since the position you're appointing is a current member of the Housing Authority Board. That's here.
His term has expired. The person that she's to replace, his term is expired.
Okay. Thank you. So noted. So I moved to temporary postpone item number 2.
Does
See you
anyone
later.
want, does anybody want to second that motion? Okay.
Second.
Okay. Let's vote on whether or not we're going to, you repeat your motion, Mr. McCoy, please.
I move to temporarily postpone it until after we hear item number 8.
You would like to move item number 2 to 8A, let's say. And that's your motion.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And we have a second on that. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to lastly point emphasis to, we have a presentation from board members of the Housing Authority. So I don't want you to, basically appoint somebody in this place and then he technically is not even a member of the board that can offer us any information.
Ms. Bill Anderson, turn your mic on first. Thank you.
Madam Chair. But Mr. Mayor, according to the backup, Mr. Thomas, his term expired January 18th. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So even though in the backup, it says that Mr. Thomas is a current board member for the Housing Authority. That's not true.
No, his term is expired.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Why wouldn't he be a
Chair.
board member?
Well, can I have one at a time? Who just, Mr. Lawson? Raise your, it would help if you wave at me. It's very hard to tell. First,
thank you, Madam Chair.
I think I heard Mr. Lawson first and then Ms. Lanier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I'm confused. I believe Mr. Thomas is on the call, and I thought he was presenting today, but he's an expired member of the board. So is he not speaking on behalf of the board? And then also, I was also concerned, and I had the same concerns that Councilman McCoy had in regards to the backup, because I had no information. And I heard all these great accolades from residents about Ms. Lockhart, but I didn't even see the resume until late this afternoon. So to kind of get a feel for what residents or who's going to be sitting on this board, I'm a little bit concerned with the fact that we're taking a 12-year member off the board and we're bringing in a new intern onto the board and we've had no other applications. I haven't seen an application. From what I see, she's an amazing candidate, but at the same time, I just wanted some additional information about this member. But I did have that question for Ms. Nguyen, though, in reference to the appointment, because the mayor did state that this is his appointment to bring. Are we required to provide any documentation to the council in regards to appointments?
Ms. Nguyen?
No, Chair Pro Tem. There's no required documentation. The statute says that it is the mayor's appointment with approval of the governing body. Mr. Thomas's term has expired. However, the statute also says that the person sits until the seat is filled. No one can fill the seat except the mayor. There is no requirement in the statute that an application be submitted. There is a requirement that a certificate of appointment be filed with the clerk. And I had a discussion a few weeks ago with Mr. Hurt, and he was to send me the certificate of appointment because I conferred with the clerk, and in years past, with the previous mayor, the city has never received that certificate of appointment, so we don't know what it looks like.
Okay. So just to follow up, Madam Chair, that is the reason I actually seconded the motion, because if Mr. Thomas is going to be on the call and be presenting for the agenda item, I would like to actually hear from him before we make this appointment and move forward with that. That was the reason I seconded.
And I don't think, excuse me, sir, I don't think that appointing Ms. Lockhart prevents Mr. Thomas from participating because, again, the certificate of appointment hasn't been filed yet. So until that certificate of appointment is filed with the clerk, he's an expired member of the Housing Authority Board, but he's still on the board, so he can still present tonight.
Okay.
Ms. Lanier?
I'm not sure what's happening here. If Mr. Thomas's expiration on the board has expired, then he's still a part of the board?
Until my understanding from our attorney is that he is still in place, seated on the board.
Until somebody else comes. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I
So
see.
I believe we have a motion on the floor to move item number 2 and let it become item number 8A. Am I correct in that motion, Mr. McCoy? Would you turn on your microphone? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
So Madam Clerk, you'll move that item to after item number 8, please.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think that's the end of the consent agenda. So we're up to item number 6. We have awards and
Madam Chair,
yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get my thing unmuted. I had a question for Ms. Nguyen. So if someone's term expires that's on a board and they never get anyone to fill it, that person just remains on the board?
On the
If they
Housing
do-
Authority Board, yes, because that's what
Is it-
the statute provides, just for
Just
the
for
Housing
them?
Authority Board, yes.
Okay, okay.
And just to make sure, Madam Clerk, was the entire consent agenda adopted, or was just the motion to move item number 2 to 8A adopted?
The consent agenda was approved with item 2 pulled by Councilperson McCoy, and they later came back and made a motion to approve item number 2, to have it moved to after item number 8, so it's now item 8A.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have awards and presentations, proclamation honoring, and this is from Mayor Felder.
Yes, I'm gonna do, Willie Bo Davis, and Councilwoman Shirley Lanier is gonna do Miss Elizabeth Wade. So I'm
Madam
doing,
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
we have no public comment cards on item number 6. The acceptance of public comment on item number 6 is now closed.
Ms.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I asked the mayor to be able to read this proclamation, given that I lived next door to Liz Wade my entire life. I've known her my entire life, and I just really wanted to be able to read this into the record for her. From the office of the mayor for the city of Riviera Beach, in memoriam of former council member Elizabeth K. Wade. Whereas Elizabeth K. Wade, affectionately known as Liz, was a resident of the city of Riviera Beach, the place she held near and dear to her heart for 55 years. And whereas she loved her city so much that in 1989, she became an elected official serving as the city council representative for District 3. She served in this position for 12 years, equates to 2 6-year terms. And whereas Miss Wade was not one to leave you guessing as to where she stood with you on personal or professional issues, and I can attest to that. And whereas during her tenure as councilperson, she served as chairperson and vice chairperson and advocated for smart growth in Riviera Beach, as well as programs for the city's senior residents. Whereas recognizing the professional entertainment and cultural opportunity her city had to offer, Miss Wade was instrumental in bringing signature events to Riviera Beach, such as Jazz on the Beach, and Miss Wade represented the city on such boards as the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, the Palm Beach County Metropolitan Planning Organization, and sought to of the city of Riviera Beach on behalf of the elected officials, employees, administration, and most importantly, the residents of this great city, read the following words of comfort with the family of this resident giant, Miss Elizabeth K. Wade. God did not promise us days without pain, laughter without sorrow, or sun without rain, but God did promise us strength for the day, comfort for our tears, and to be light, and to be a light for our way. And for all who believe in his kingdom of love, he answers our faith with peace from above. Author unknown. Be it further resolved by the powers vested in me, which is the mayor, I hereunto call for the seal of the city of Riviera Beach to be imprinted on this memoriam, with the original being placed with the family of Miss Elizabeth K. Wade, done this 25th day of April in the year of our Lord 2020. Thank you.
From the office of the mayor for the city of Riviera Beach, Florida, in memoriam of former city employee Willie Bo Davis. Whereas Willie Davis Sr., effectively known as Willie Bo, was a lifetime resident of the city of Riviera Beach, the place he held near and dear to his heart. And whereas Mr. Davis loved his city so much, he became an employee of Public Works Department in 1965 and served 20 years, retiring as the superintendent of the Streets and Canals Division. And whereas Willie Bo was known for his fast-talking hugs and kisses for the ladies, with a special kiss for the love of his life, former Riviera Beach City Clerk Gwendolyn E. Davis. And whereas during his time here, and as long as his health allowed, Mr. Davis spoke out against injustice while instilling words of wisdom in young people. And whereas designed to honor his father's legacy, Willie Bo was instrumental in bringing the flourishing the Lindsay Davis Community Center, the facility that houses the city's senior citizens program. And whereas in conjunction with the Riviera Beach Community Development Corporation, the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, and the Riviera Beach Parks and Recreation Department, the participants of the city senior program established the Lindsay Davis Garden Club. The club receiving funding from BB&T's Lighthouse Project, planted a garden and named it the Willie Bo Davis Flower and Meditation Garden in honor of his contribution to the city and he so loved. Whereas during the dedication ceremony, the Mosaic Group quoted the words of former city clerk Gwendolyn Davis. "This is a city that my husband loved dearly, and to have you, the city of Riviera Beach, honor him with this garden and meditation center is truly a blessing. We are truly grateful for the efforts of everyone who worked on this project. It means a lot to our family and to have my husband's work acknowledged." Whereas Mr. Davis' love for the city of Riviera Beach was big and strong, nothing was more extraordinary than his love for his Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, his family, and those he called friend, which seemed to be everyone Willie Bo interacted with. Be it resolved, as the mayor of the city of Riviera Beach, I, Ronnie L. Felder, on behalf of elected officials, employees, administration, and more importantly, the residents of the great city, leave the following words of comfort to the family of this prime minister, Mr. Willie Bo Davis. God will take care of you. All you may need, he will provide. God will take care of you. Trust him and you will be satisfied. God will take care of you. Lonely and sad, from friends apart, God will take care of you. He will give you peace to your aching heart. God will take care of you. Author Civilian D. Martin. Be it further resolved by the powers vested in me, I hereunto call for the seal of the Riviera Beach, city of Riviera Beach, to be imprinted on this memoriam, with the original being placed with the family of Mr. Willie Bo Davis, done the 16th day of May in the year of the Lord, 2020.
Thank you, Mayor Felder. It brings us to item 8. Madam Clerk. Well, there's really nothing to read. Mr. Hurt. Mr. Hurt?
Madam Chair,
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, Madam Clerk. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
before the presentation,
I'm trying to turn on my camera.
Mr. Hart,
Mr.
I'm
Hurt,
sorry.
I need to announce that the public comment, acceptance of public comments is now closed for this item.
thank you. I might just quickly add that for future items, someone asked me to remind you that you will send an email to publiccomments@rivierbeach.org. Is it public comments plural, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So publiccomments@rivierbeach.org. Thank you. Mr. Hurt?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Pro Tem, and council members. I'm here this evening in response to your invitation to have a discussion with you. I've also asked the members of our board and development team to join me. I have Commissioner Delvin Thomas with us, our previous board chairman, and We have Mr. Brian Finney, Vice President of Housing Trust Group, our co-development partner, and Mr. Ron Davis of the Mazda Group, who's a part of our team. We're here certainly to provide you with any questions that you may have regarding Harron Estates Phase 2, Harron Estates Family. It's a 79-unit family development that we hope to close by August. I forwarded to you some information regarding the selection of our general contractor for the project. That included some information about some Section 3 contractors that we're advocating for from the Housing Authority, and some updated information about the status of Harron Estates Family. I seen at a late hour that there was an expectation of a formal presentation, so we're not prepared to have a formal presentation, but we're certainly here to engage and to answer any questions that you may have regarding the status of Harron Estates Family.
Thank you, Mr. Hurt. Does any council member have a question, or the mayor? Thank you again, Mr. Hurt. We appreciate the work you do.
No,
And
Madam Chair.
go ahead, Ms. Miller Anderson.
Yes, I do have a question. Good evening. So, Mr. Hurt, you know, this mainly came up because I heard from many people in the community that I know back in October 2018, you recall that particular meeting when you all were doing the Phase 1 and you were asking for the $500,000 from the city to go with your matching grant. And that was going to be for Phase 2. And the question came up, would you be maintaining the same organization that was a partnership in that? And I believe they received about 30%. They had 30% partnership. Were they going to be maintained for Phase 2? And you alluded to the fact that, you know, as long as things got done, they were okay, and, you know, you made it through that particular project, that you would try to maintain the local people in that particular project. And so that was one of the things that was pressed in order for us to continue with the matching funds. Is that the case still, or where are we with that?
Okay, if I may, Councilman Miller Anderson. First, the status of the funding for Phase 2, I certainly have Mr. Finney elaborate on it, but generally, when we came before this body at that time, we were seeking attribution for a tax credit application to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. And we were seeking an application for Phase 2. And at that time, I'm sorry?
I think, Mr.
Okay.
Hurt,
If I
you're
could continue.
a little spotty there. Could you just repeat what you just said? The last of it?
Okay. At that time, we came before this body requesting a local government contribution for an application for a 9% tax credit to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. That application requested that we could get priority if we got a local contribution from the local government body. At that time, we submitted a 9% tax application to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. However, since that time, our co-development partner and the Housing Authority has procured other funding sources for Phase 2. And I would let Mr. Brian Finney elaborate on that. However, at this time, that matching grant is not required or needed for the type of funding we're going forward with now. If I may ask Mr. Finney to elaborate.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Brian. I'm with the Housing Trust Group. We're based in Coconut Grove, Florida. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the commission for the support that you've given us. We've completed the phase 1 of the project, which is 101 units, 102 units of senior housing. It's a quality project. I think we've done very well. We are now working on phase 2, and Commissioner, to directly answer your question, the IDE subs that worked on phase 1 will be migrated to phase 2. That's the word that we've given, and that's the word that we're going to keep. And they will be migrated and get work opportunity on phase 2. In addition, we're doing some additional outreach to get other companies to participate in the project. Now, what John is alluding to, or not alluding to, but what he was saying was that the funding facility that you gave us, we could not use because the funds we applied to, although our application was ranked as #1 and fundable, we were deemed ineligible because of an external circumstance. So we do not need to use the monies that you so graciously allocated for us. But we were very fortunate at the time that when we submitted for our 9% applications, we also submitted for a 4% application. And we got the other one funded. We got that 4% application funded, therefore we got dollars to start phase 2. And I hope I answered your question.
You answered a question, but you did say something about the subcontractors that were on there the very first time. They are being maintained on the second one, you said?
They will be, yes, ma'am. Yes, Commissioner, they will be migrated to phase 2, yes.
And those are the people that you had in this memo as the Greener Landscaping, Brown Electric, those groups of people?
No, ma'am, those are new. There's the other group,
If I may,
yeah.
if I may, Councilman Botel?
Yes, Mr. Hurt.
Yes, Councilwoman Anderson.
New Bold and Randolph. I'm sorry, it's New Bold and Randolph. They will be migrated to phase 2.
If I can add to that, Commissioner Miller Anderson, is that in the memo we sent for you, we outlined 4 Section 3 contractors advocating their involvement for phase 2. Those 4 Section 3 contractors were available in phase 1. We tried to get them involved, but for various reasons, they didn't have a direct opportunity to be involved in phase 1, and we committed to them that we would try to get them involved in phase 2. So those 4 contractors are certified Section 3 RBHA contractors. The other 2 that Mr. Finney just made reference to were partners with Gulf Construction. And Gulf Construction is not the selected contractor for phase 2. Mr. Finney?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the question you asked, but that is true. But Randolph and Newbold will be part of phase 2, yes.
So Randolph and Newbold were in phase 1, they were in as subcontractors or as partners?
They were in a joint venture partnership with Gulf Construction. But as you know, when you deal with federal and state money, you have to go through a procurement process.
Right, and so
when we did our
process, that was an advertised procurement process with a public open bid?
Well, this is for affordable housing tax credits. We have the ability to directly solicit proposals directly from contractors. This is a private sector transaction. So what happened was that Gulf did bid on the project, but their bid was $1.2 million higher than the lowest bidder. And we were forced to go with the lowest bidder just because of the economics. And we have limited dollars.
Are you through, Ms. Miller Anderson?
No, I was looking at the memo. So are they coming back on as partners or subcontractors, which would be different from
Well,
phase
we
one?
cannot, when Gulf originally came to us, they came to us with the partnership, including the two companies I just mentioned.
Mhm.
We legally cannot force them to be partners on the second phase. We legally can't, they don't have a partnership with the company who competed for the work. So we legally force that on them.
And you said Gulf came in too high.
Yeah, their bid was $1.2 million in excess of where we needed to be.
So for the locals, have you already provided some sort of contract and that in writing stating that they're going to be a part of it?
What we've done is we've gone to my construction department and we actually gave them bids. We said, listen, here are the bids in this project and you need to bid. Now, some of them did not comply for bids. So what we did is we went to Ron Davis of Mosna Group, and he's got the list of all those people who worked on the first phase and the new contractors. And we're going directly to them, solicit bids from them, and we're going to bring them to the contractor and get them work on the project. We are going to be very aggressive from the construction and contracting standpoint, and they will work. And Newbold and his partnership will make as much money on the construction side this go round as they did on the first one.
My question, when did you all figure out that you weren't going to need the 500,000 from us? Because I don't think that was brought to our attention prior to this being added to the agenda.
Ma'am, we realized, I don't know. That was an error. We should have notified you. But since we didn't think we needed to take the money, usually what happens is that we crunch our numbers and get our project done and make sure that there's no need for the dollars. But in this case, I apologize. We should have told you earlier because we did not get a 9% allocation. The use of your dollars was contingent upon a 9% application. And we erred in that we didn't communicate with you, and I take full responsibility for it.
That's it for me for now. Mr. McCoy had his hand up.
I think Ms. Lanier had hers up. Ms. Lanier, did you have
Okay.
yours up?
Yes.
And then, yes, Ms. Lanier.
Given this conversation, I have a couple of questions. It seemed like I heard Mr. Finney say that they did not or were not able to use the money that we gave to them. Did they give it back to us?
You gave it to them.
We never received the money, ma'am. We never asked for a drawdown.
So you never got the funding?
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
so the second question is this. Who were the previous contractors and what was the compensation in terms of dollars?
The previous contractor was Gulf. The new contractor is Newport. And the difference between their bids, Newport was $1.2 million less than Gulf.
So Gulf was how much?
They were $1.2 million over Newport.
No, you're not giving me a figure. I'm saying how much was Gulf and how much was Newport?
Oh, I don't have the exact numbers. It's somewhere between $10 and $12 million. They're pretty substantial figures we're talking about.
Okay,
Construction
did you
costs.
get us those figures so we can know what these
You mean total
previous
project cost on
contractors-
construction?
No, I'm asking you for the previous contractors on the project and how much money they received.
What their
That's what I'm
profit
asking
was?
you for. No, I'm
Okay.
not asking for profit. I'm asking for something simple. Who were the previous contractors on the project and how much money did they receive?
Councilwoman, are you talking about on phase one, how much they received?
Phase one, yes.
Is she talking about the total construction cost?
Yes. Yes.
Total
construction costs.
Hold on.
I'm showing that this bid was just.
Joe, I can't hear you.
Hold on a
Let's,
second.
Ms. Lanier, could you be very specific? I think what I hear you say,
I'm being very specific. I'm saying, number one, who were the previous contractors on phase one? Number two, how much money did they receive for their contracting bid? I'm not talking about overall cost. I'm just saying, how much did they receive? You give me a name and you give me a number.
I don't have that information in front of me, ma'am.
Okay, can we get that information?
Sure. Surely.
Yes, okay. Now, second of all, what was the condition of the city's money that you didn't draw down? Was it based on local participation?
No. No, ma'am.
So
No,
the
ma'am.
city's, okay, so the money that you didn't draw down was not based on local participation.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so this amount, this going forward, phase two, is it based on local participation?
No, ma'am.
Why?
We're not asking any money. We're not asking any money from the city.
No, I didn't ask you that. I'm asking you, why is it not based on local participation?
There's no money.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Ask, who wanted to respond? Mr. Hurt?
Yes, if I may. Councilwoman Lanier, as I understand your question, you're asking, first of all, how much did the general contractor make on phase one? Or are you asking how much all of the contractors made on phase one? Second of all, in regards to local participation, the commitment for the local government contribution was not based upon local participation. However, our co-development partner and the Housing Authority committed to make every effort to enhance local participation, which we have done.
Okay, so my question is, and you can still get me this information, the contractors that you paid in phase one, how much did they get? And number two, if the city's money is not an issue, what are we talking about? Why are we here for this?
Ma'am, we are here because we've been asked to make this presentation, and we're doing this as a courtesy to the city because they asked us to be here.
Okay,
We're
so
not-
now, okay, I understand. So you're telling me that even if you give me this information about phase one, there is no local participation in phase two at all in our city?
Well, there is.
That's
we have our
not
own
a-
standards. Excuse me, John. We have our own standards for local participation, and we will pursue that. But we will respect any feedback that we receive from the city.
Well, the feedback you're going to get from the city is that we want local participation. We want
And-
people who work and do business in this city to be a part of this project. And I'm assuming that's what you're here for, to be able
Yes,
to give us
ma'am.
an update about what's happening with the project, but also to get feedback from us. And one of the biggest feedbacks, of course, is that you guys need to ensure that there is local participation from contractors and electricians and whomever else there may be on phase two.
And if I may, ma'am,
Can I
I
chime
can
in?
say that. Who's
I
that,
chime
Mr.
in. Miss Lanier, I'm sorry, Miss Botel, I apologize.
Go ahead, Mr. Thomas, go ahead. It's
Miss-
hard to tell whose voice is coming through, but I hear you, Mr. Thomas, go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Lanier, in all due respect, from the beginning of this project, since we started over 10 years ago, we have always led with local participation. Our previous board members that sat with me around the table, we have always led with local participation. Mr. Finney and Housing Trust Group understood that.
Mr. Thomas, let me stop you right there. You just said that you did not have local participation.
What?
Ms. Lanier,
So,
I think what they said
so wait a
was,
minute. Hold on one second. Let me finish this. You said you didn't have local participation. So we're asking, instead of going through all this and being all night with this, we're asking that you negotiate in phase two for local participation.
We did not ever, it was never stated we did not have local participation, Ms. Lanier.
Mr. Finney just said it.
no, Ms. Lanier, I think what he was saying, if I can clarify, if I might, what he was saying was there is no need for the city to, the city's money is not involved in this because they
I
don't.
understand that.
Therefore, I don't think he said there was no local participation. I think what he was trying to say was there was no need for them. There was no contingency that they provide us with information about their local participation because they're not looking for any money. However, they do have local participation. And I think if we could wrap this up, we're looking
Okay,
for
yes.
Thank you. Somebody else was trying to speak. Maybe that was it. So I think that we will thank you very much. I think there are no other questions. Ms. Miller Anderson.
No, we need to be very clear. First of all, Mr. McCoy was trying to talk, so I would imagine at some point he's coming back. But the reason why this was brought to the agenda, okay, is because of word in the community and from various contractors that were on phase 1 were not a part of phase 2. And the conversation that was had in the meeting in October 2018, when the Housing Authority came before the board, they alluded to the fact, or actually were asked point blank, will they maintain the same people on the job from phase 1 to phase 2, which included some local contractors. And let's be very clear, they were not on as subcontractors. They were earning 30%, and that's different. They were almost like a partner. They were not coming in as like an electrician, those people in those subcontractors. They were getting 30% of the job. So it was a little more profit than a sub. And during that conversation in October 2018, when they were asking for the $500,000 to go along for future use, if they got the tax credit for phase 2, the question was, before this amount, we agreed to set this amount away to provide it to you, are you going to maintain the same group of people, local people from phase 1? I heard that this particular phase 2 was not actually publicly noticed. And therefore there were several, I guess there were only 2 that according to this memo, there were only 2 people or 2 organizations that put in a bid for it. But some people said that they've asked for the public records and have yet to receive them. And so when I started hearing all of that, that's why I think it was our April 15th meeting that was brought up in public comment at the end by Mr. McCoy and myself, because I'm sure several of us got calls and asked for it to be on this agenda. The reason for them being on the call is because they're the ones that can provide the answer. So now, well, yesterday when we received the memo, and today it's, well, we don't need your $500,000 now because we're not going to use the tax credit. So that was not known until now. So being that that information is just now coming up, then of course now it's like, oh, well, I don't know why we're here because it really doesn't impact the city. Well, it did up until this memo came, but I do still think it impacts our city because of the fact that we have, we want to make sure, Mr. Mayor, you appoint people to the board. So we want to make sure that we're just, the city as itself is doing things properly. And so you said that it was advertised on your website, or where was it advertised for people to bid on this project?
Well, again, we're a private company, ma'am. We don't have to publicly advertise, and we reached out to a set of contractors who we know have the ability to undertake the project. That's
so with multi-million-dollar projects and getting government funds, you don't have to publicly advertise?
We are under the Florida housing guidelines, and our contract that we do produce will be reviewed by Florida Housing, and it will be evaluated to make sure that it's within the scope of the guidelines. So this thing will be scrutinized from a federal level, a state level, and of course we have to again bid competitively. And that's the problem, not the problem, but the issue that we do have here is because Gulf did bid on the project, and we wanted to embrace them, but their number was higher than the company that we have to go with.
Okay, so the same way that you ran your procurement process in phase 1 is the way you're doing it now in phase 2?
Yes, ma'am, technically.
Madam
What do
Chair?
you mean technically though? What does that mean?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
I think Mr. Wilson, Mr. McCoy, were you waiting to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Have we done zoning comprehensively on the whole project of Heron Estates, or was that done separately?
We did one planned urban development. It was the entire project was planned and with zoning approvals.
Okay. So what are the streams of financing that you got? I think I seen sale somewhere.
We have 4% bonds, we have sale, and then we have private debt that we borrow.
And
I think we have some in Palm Beach County as well.
And the Palm Beach County is the sale dollar?
No, there's a $500 fixed asset facility from Palm Beach County.
And none of those authoritative agencies, be it sale, Palm Beach County, require a public procurement process?
No, sir.
And you said the 4% bond, is that through Palm Beach County's housing finance?
No, sir. That bond is issued by Florida Housing.
So Florida Housing doesn't require public procurement process?
It doesn't require public procurement, but it requires a competitive process. And that's why we are where we are right now, because through the competitive process, we have a $1.2 million delta.
And that competitive process is the direct solicitation that you spoke of earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Hurt.
I'm sorry, is Commissioner McCoy finished? I'm sorry, I thought he was finished.
No, sir. I got a few more questions, Mr. Hurt.
Sorry.
So I share the same sentiments, and I shared with Mr. Hurt that I think you guys should at least come on to share with us something, because I actually went back further than 2018. Councilwoman Miller Anderson, I actually found back in 2016, the initial number was $551,000 was the local match. But I don't know what happened, and it came up in 2018 to 567,000 match. And I told Mr. Hurt yesterday, this was phase 2. So I told Mr. Hurt yesterday, certainly we're holding this money as a grant restricted on our books. I think, at the very least, especially that we have contractors coming out to ask us, are we not going back with minority participation? That this is a conversation that should at least come to the board. I want to go further to discuss the process in which you're seeking minority participation. Now, I don't know where you are on that, but I heard someone mention Brown Electric. Were they in on phase 1? Because I didn't think so.
May I respond?
Mr. Finney.
I would like to respond, Mr. Finney, if you don't mind. Councilman McCoy, you've seen 4 contractors that are certified Section 3 contractors from the Riviera Beach Housing Authority. Those 4 contractors, we tried to get involved in phase 1. Brown Electric, Miller Paradise Air Conditioning, Green to Greener, and Knowles Johnson. Of those 4 Section 3 contractors, Green to Greener got a contract on phase 1. They got the landscape contract, and they were compensated over 6 figures for their work. I don't have the exact number, but it was like 100 and I think it was in the low 2s that they got compensated. The other 3 contractors, we could not work out participation in phase 1, so we committed to them at that time that we would advocate their participation in phase 2. That's why I forwarded a memo to Housing Trust indicating that these are 4 Section 3 contractors we're advocating right now, and as we continue our outreach, which we are planning to do for other Section 3 contractors and other local participation, that we will continue, to provide names for opportunities for participation.
Mr. McCoy, are you done?
And that is going to be facilitated by whom and when?
Well, we plan to have outreach within the next 30 to 45 days from the Housing Authority's perspective. Mr. Finney certainly can comment. We are working in conjunction with the Housing Trust Group and their outreach consultants, and we will be working with the general contractor. Mr. Finney?
The process has already started.
Okay, last question. So now that I heard from Mr. Finney and Mr. Hurt, you have secured financing and there's no need for a local match from Riviera Beach.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Evans and Ms. Wynn, I hope we can take note of it, because I imagine there's a resolution out there that kind of appropriated funds for that, and we can, I guess, have finance to handle that accordingly. So that's all I have with that. But I just want to make sure that there is some, not just outreach, but some sort of guarantee for having some local participants that are within our community that can serve as subs. And also, I would have liked to see, those partners continue, but, this is kind of where we are now. And I just want to really see as much as we can. And I know certainly the former councilwoman that held this seat before, I don't even recall her name, but she was very adamant about making sure that we had local participation. You remember, I see you chuckling, Chairwoman, you remember her name?
Yes, I do.
Certainly, Mr. Hurt. I mean, really, we have to deal with this every single day. And I want to expect that, as a partner, that we can really make sure that we keep the people in our community working in the field. And I was looking at some of the zoning bonuses that we offered for minority employment components doing to construction, but I think we're already beyond that phase. But certainly I want to make sure that we keep the folks in our community with an opportunity and have a seat at the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank you, Mr. McCoy. I think we're all in agreement on that point. And I believe Mr. Lawson was looking to speak. Mr. Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Finney, a few quick questions for you. First question, you said that the contractors from phase one will make as much money on this go around as they did last time. How can you guarantee that to this board?
The subcontractors.
Yeah, the subcontractors. Were they considered subcontractors during phase one?
HTG will negotiate with the prime contractor to make it very clear of what we expect.
Okay. So, but you're telling us that they're going to make, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Finney.
We are the owner. We understand the budget, so we make sure that they get an amount equal to or more than work than they got on phase one.
Okay, so Ms. Wynn, question for you, Ms. Wynn. What recourse do we have as a city to make sure that these local small businesses and minority businesses are not left out, or that these changes don't happen when we go to different phases? Do we have any recourse as a city?
Not with the housing authority, you don't.
Okay. And the land that these phases are being built on, was it conveyed to the housing authority? Has it always been owned by the housing authority?
John?
I didn't know. I thought she was still talking to Attorney Wynn.
Sorry, Mr. Hurt. I was asking about the land.
Yes, the land is under a declaration of trust with the federal government, Department of Housing and Urban Development. That land was acquired when the housing authority was created and Ivy Green Village was built. The property is was indebted with the federal government, and as we built on it and or tore it down and or plan to build on it again, we have to get federal approval to a disposition application in order to do anything with that property. The property is still owned by the housing authority. It's under long-term lease to the entities that own Heron Estates Senior and Heron Estates Family.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hurt. And also, Ms. Miller Anderson, going back to that meeting back in October 2018, I watched the comments, and I think that was kind of the issue, because Mr. Hurt's comments were very concise, but somewhat vague in regards to the contractors. They did utilize the option of using these contractors if all went well with phase one, but they also gave an out in regards to being able to move forward and move on. And I think that it's going to be difficult, like you said, since we just found out within the last few hours that we're not going to be providing the grant funds to the developers, that we cannot demand that they use certain participation. So this is part of, colleagues, this is part of the reason that I want us to push for that disparity study, so that we can kind of put this demand on developers that are coming into the city. It wouldn't fit within this parameter because we don't have the governing authority over the housing authority. But I do believe that we should give the option of working together and expressing our concerns and our needs to actually providing that local participation. I think the reason that we've all discussed this is because we're getting bombarded with the locals and the subs feel like they're being left off this project. And Mr. Finney, there's no guarantees that you can give us that these locals will be compensated in the exact amount as they received prior, or if anything. So I appreciate your word as of what you're saying, but as of right now, there's nothing to put in writing to say these contractors are going to receive the same revenue, or if any revenue.
And Commissioner, with complete respect, I
Sir.
do understand your perspective. You're actually correct that the documentation at this juncture is difficult. But what I would like to say is that we would like to get some credit for what we've done. We have had minorities and locals work on our projects. We've done that. And so we'd like to be given the benefit of the doubt to say, okay, you did it on phase one, which was successful. And so I don't think there's any reason why we're not going to do it on phase two. It actually worked. And in
Well,
terms
Mr.
of
Finney, sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Finney, but I have a question. What amount of, what was the total revenue that these local contractors received from phase one? Give me an outline.
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
So your success in regards to what was actually accomplished for phase one is different than my success. So I understand what you're saying, that you're saying it's successful because a building was built. But at the same time, I do not know the exact numbers of what dollars went to our contractors in our local community, which would be local, meaning throughout Palm Beach County. So Randolph and Newbold Construction, those are Palm Beach County contractors. And I don't know what they received from this project. So if you're telling me that 30% is successful for you, I understand what you're saying, but I want to see these numbers. I need some tangible evidence to say, okay, this is what was received for local participation within our community.
Understood.
Mr. Lawson, if you're done, Mr. Evans would like to speak.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I wasn't finished.
Go ahead.
In regards to the property management of the project, currently, I see that there's some shortcomings because we're having a discussion with phase two right now, but there's some fallbacks from phase one that I'm still concerned with as well. The property management, the setup of the property, and moving forward with phase two. I mean, we have no control because at the end of the day, I believe the contract that was negotiated was not in the best interest of the city, but I do commend the Housing Authority for getting a project out of the ground. So again, Mr. Finney, thank you guys for bringing that housing for our seniors, and we're excited about the townhouses that are coming, but we want to be very concise so that there's no vague options moving forward so that everybody's on the same page. So the property management is currently in place. What is the property management plan for this project, phase one and phase two? And then a follow-up for you is going to be, when will this property be transferred back to the Housing Authority?
So Housing Trust Group, we have a property management arm that manages all our properties. We have over 2,000 units in the state of Florida. So we actually manage. And the reasons why we manage is because the Housing Trust Group is guaranteed 100% of the construction and 100% of the financing of the project, which at one point in time is in excess of $21 million. And we have to make sure the property is managed well so we can protect that investment. In about 35, your second question is that we ground leased the property. We didn't buy it. We ground leased the property from the Housing Authority, and we will, and within 30 years, we'll transfer that asset back to the Housing Authority.
Okay, so it's 30 years, because I was understanding it was 15 years. Mr. Hurd, could you give us some clarity, please?
Yes, sir. If I may comment, Councilman Lawson. First of all, to further answer your question regarding the property management, the Housing Trust Group management arm is currently managing Heritage State Senior and scheduled to manage Heritage State's family. The Housing Authority, under our business terms, are negotiating future management of that site by an entity controlled by the Housing Authority. We're negotiating to do that within a 3 to 5 year period of time. The issue is, what Mr. Finney did not say is that the property management entity for these Florida Housing Finance Corporation funded properties has to be a property management entity that is qualified by them as well. The management companies have to be a qualified Florida Housing Finance Corporation management entity. So we hope to gain that certification over the next 2 to 3 years, our Housing Authority entity, so that we'll be in the position to co-manage and ultimately manage the site. Now, those are some of the terms that we are negotiating with the Housing Trust Group as we speak, to be finalized before closing. I'm sorry, you had another point that I wanted to address. I'm sorry. Can you reiterate your second point, Commissioner Lawson?
The property management was the first one, and the 30-year term of the property being conveyed back to the Housing Authority.
Yes, Mr. Finney indicated that it would be within 30 years, but we anticipate that it'll be closer to 15. Generally, in these kinds of partnerships, that transfer takes place after the tax credits burn off. Once the tax credits are paid off, generally, we at that point have the first right of refusal to purchase property and its existing debt.
So, Mr. Hurt, what are the tax credits that we're waiting to burn off for these 30 years?
I asked Mr. Finney to elaborate on that further, but generally, the issuance and the syndication of the tax credits normally expire. Please understand that this whole tax credit thing is an Internal Revenue Service controlled phenomena. And so once the tax credits are satisfied within that generally 15-year period of time, normally it's resyndicated or conveyed to the Housing Authority.
If I may, a tax credit is a facility that we sell in the marketplace to raise capital. So the project, let's say, is awarded $21 million in tax credits. Then we go to Bank of America, we go to Wall Street, and we sell those tax credits. They give us the hard dollars, and then those hard dollars are invested into the project. Now, in order for our investors to truly benefit the tax credit over the 15 to 30-year period, the property has to be managed and continue to be affordable over that time. If anything happens to the property, it's no longer affordable, or it's not managed property, the investors will lose the cash benefit of the tax credits. So management is an important element, and we use those tax credits, again, to convert the cash to build the project.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. So just as a follow-up, the concerns that we're seeing is the phone calls that we're receiving in regards to the local participation. There's no way that we should be getting these calls instead of you guys coming to us, because if we're truly working as a partnership, Mr. Hurt, we want to be on the same page prior to this kind of, hitting the fan so that we can know how to move forward. I don't want contractors emailing and calling from other offices to give me details of what's going on with the project, the fact that they're no longer being utilized, and what is the city doing when it comes to local participation. Because as you know, from day one, I've advocated, and previous council members have advocated, as I've seen Ms. Miller-Anderson and Dr. Patel, for local participation. So right now, going into tonight, we still have no idea who are going to be these subs, because they have not been contacted. There's no contracts in place. There's literally no guarantee. And I know that that's a push that I've seen from Mr. Delvin Thomas and Mr. Hurt from the Housing Authority, but I'm just not confident in moving forward with additional projects, because essentially phase 2 is done. There's nothing we can do about it. So essentially we wasted about an hour of our time talking about something we have no control over. But colleagues, I want to make sure that we just never let this happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Mr. Evans was to speak, and then Mr. McCoy. Mr. Evans, your mic is off. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council, as well as members of the Housing Authority. One of the things that we can look to ensure local participation is considered, and this would be a question to the Housing Authority, would you be willing to enter into an interlocal agreement between the city and the Housing Authority that in return we may be able to assist in expediting permitting, and by doing so and some other elements that we have to have discussions with development services that we can look at for future projects, and some documentation that provides the clarity and the desires of the elected body. And so I wanted to proffer that if that was something that you all would be interested in, that we can get those agreements in place to effectively accomplish what the board's desires are.
Mr. Hurd,
Madam Chair,
I had my hand up for a long time.
I think you just want to respond very quickly to Mr. Evans, and then I'm sorry, it's hard to see you. You're down in the corner in my screen. Charlie, sorry. You'll be next after Mr. Hurd responds. Sure.
thank you, Madam Chair. In response to the city's manager's suggestion, we're certainly open to that, and we look forward to a cooperation agreement with the city. We have one with the CRA, we have one with the CDC, and so we have always had a commitment for local participation. Our board, ever since I've been here in the past 9 years, has been very adamant about local participation. We have worked very hard towards that end. During phase one, we held outreach at every councilman's district. We held general outreach through the mayor's office. HTG held outreach. We have expended a lot of energy and resources to gain local participation. I'd like to also comment to Councilman Lawson's statement about local persons and companies being concerned. I have not heard from any other local contractor other than Mr. Newbold, and I've spoken with him, and we've always been committed for local participation. We will continue to do that. We plan to do that, and we're open to do that. Our board has always and is currently very committed to local participation. So if members around this board have recommendations or referrals, we are certainly open to it. During this process, it's moved along. I think we got ahead of ourselves because we thought our closing would be later in the year. We're shooting to get a closing in August, and it takes a lot of documents and et cetera, and our resources for local participation are in place, and we're open to that. I just want to be very clear. I don't know where we are saying that the Housing Authority and or our co-developer are not open to local participation. We've made every effort, and we'll continue to make that effort. So if you hear from anyone, please refer them to me. I will ensure they are heard, and we will make every effort for their participation. Bottom line is all a numbers game, it's a money game, but within that context, we try to get as much involvement as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Councilwoman Lanier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask a couple of questions, and I want to wrap this up because this is supposed to be a presentation. It's on the consent agenda, and who knew that it was going to bring out all these questions? Because I have a lot to ask, and they really need to be able to show us something. First of all, I thought there was no tax credits in this project. Somebody mentioned something about tax credits. Second of all, you said you're not using the city money. It's a private deal. You can do local participation if you want to. But gentlemen, the Village Beach Housing Authority, in the last 18 months, you have been on our agenda 10 or 11 times asking for either property or asking for something from us. So I feel that if it's going to be a partnership, that we're asking for local participation. It is that simple. We're saying that if you're going to do deals in our city, then we should have some expectation of what, local participation should be. And I understand it's a private entity. There's a lot of private entities in this city. But if you want to do business with the city, then you have to give something. You can't just come and say, give me some land or give me a grant, and then we're not supposed to ask any questions or hold you to the fire in terms of local participation. Second of all, I want the city attorney to look at the specifics of both SAIL and PBC requirements for local participation. Because when you come and you ask us to say, we'll work on local participation, we'll do what we can, you haven't done it. So when we're going into phase 2, the people who are in phase 1, they're not there anymore. So it's a whole lot of things that are up in the air. And as I said before, and I'll say again, you've been on our agenda or at least 10 times in the past 18 months asking for something. So why should not we have the opportunity to ask for something as well? And all we're asking for simply is a local participation. We don't need an agreement. If you do it, you do it. A local participation agreement means that we're getting into the weeds with all of this. No. You know that this is the requirement of any city you go into. If you go into the city of Lake Worth, they're going to expect you to have people in that city who are contractors or who are electricians or whoever. They're going to expect that you're going to use those people in that city. You're building in that city. So, let's kill this conversation. When they come back with more information, when they come back with something that is assuring us that they're going to do business with the city in fairness, because we've given up a lot, then we can have that conversation. But for right now, it's a consent agenda. Let's just move on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Councilwoman, I have 3 people asking to be heard. The first was Mayor Felder, and then Mr. Thomas, and then Councilwoman Miller Anderson. And then I think after that, we will call this conversation to a halt with the knowledge that we have a lot of questions, that we're demanding local participation, and that I think if we want to have a partnership, and we do want to have a partnership with the Housing Authority, we probably need to have a workshop, some kind of a meeting where we can air out all these things, listen to what their plans for the future are, and really get the information we need. But let's start with Mayor Felder and then go to Mr. Thomas and then Ms. Moore Anderson. Mayor Felder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hurt, do you have a list of local contractors now that you've been in contact with? Or if you don't at the moment, could you get us a list to the council, to the board?
Was that Mr. Mayor? Yes, we do have one. We have a list of 2 pages of contractors that we engaged during our last outreach that's available. We're going back through that list to update it as we speak.
Could we get a copy of that list?
You certainly can.
Okay, that's it for me.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas.
I just want to, respond to Ms. Lanier. From the beginning, again, local participation has always been our goal. I'm from this city. I was born pretty much and raised there. I went to Greater Buckle Christian School, and a lot of these contractors I know personally. So my goal at the beginning of all this was bringing them to the table, to have a seat at the table, to be talk to the developers that a lot of them never had the opportunity to do in other jobs that they have ever worked on. So when you say you were looking for local participation, we have definitely been diligent in that local participation. With our past councils, myself and Mr. Hurt went around the city on numerous occasions and had workshops and things like that for these contractors to come and participate in. Some came, some didn't, but we did it on numerous occasions. Ms. Miller was here for that. Ms. Botel was on the end of that. And so it just bothers me that you're attacking us and saying that we're not doing that.
No,
but
no,
we
sir.
have,
Let me stop you right there. Let me stop you
been doing
right there. I'm the council person. Let me stop you right there. I am not attacking anyone. All I'm asking is that you provide us with information about who was local participation originally. In phase 1, who's going to be in phase 2, the money that you spent on that. That's the least we could ask of you being in our city. I'm not attacking the housing authority. You have come to us, asking us for land and for property and for help. So it is a partnership. It works both ways.
I totally understand.
If we're going to do local participation, then show us.
Absolutely, and I respect that. And we have the documentation and the paperwork to show that we did the outreach. Mr. Davis has a booklet.
I haven't seen it, so bring that to us. We're going to move on, and we're going to go through our agenda, and we'll come back to this. But if whatever you say that's going on, you're doing local participation, then show it to us, prove it to us, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
I'm going to take one more comment from Councilwoman Miller Anderson, and then we're going to move on.
I just wanted to say a couple things. Mr. Finney, what were you referring to when you said it was private? The Housing Authority or the Housing Trust Group?
The Housing Trust Group, ma'am.
Okay, so the Housing Authority does not have to, they're not the ones that put out the public bid and publicly do so? It's the Housing Trust Group that does it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other thing is, so if the council really doesn't have much say, I know you all have, the Housing Authority has their own board, but why does the mayor appoint the people, Ms. Lynn? Getting some feedback. Since the council or the city of Riviera Beach doesn't have much input, why does the mayor do the appointing?
It's required by statute.
Okay, but that's the only involvement. It's just that the mayor is the one that provides the appointments and nothing else happens. Nothing, the council has nothing else to do with any of it outside of that.
That's correct. Appointments and removals for cause.
Okay, and then the other thing, Mr. Hurt or Mr. Finney, the two bids that were submitted to your organization, I would like to see it because I'm hearing that, and I'm only hearing it. So I would like to see for myself is that the amounts that you're quoting are not accurate. And so therefore it's not off by as much as you're saying. So that's my only thing. So if you could please provide that to me, that would be great.
Understood.
And I just want to make sure that everything is on the up and up because as I said, we are, trying to be partners here and we need to make sure that everyone in the community knows that we're going to do things fairly if we're going to be providing assistance or land, as Ms. Lanier said, in the future. We do have other things that I'm sure we need to work on together. And we just want to assure the community that we are trying to do the right thing and make sure that everybody's held accountable.
And Commissioner, I thank you for those sentiments, and from our Housing Trust Group, and especially me personally, it's important that we have a good relationship with the city. I'm currently working on 4 or 5 projects now with housing authorities throughout the state. So our reputation is very important to us. So we will continue to give the information. We have been successful. We will continue to be successful. We would like to work with the city in the future. We look forward to it.
Thank you, Mr. Finney. Thank you, Mr. Hurt, for joining us. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and anyone else who happens to be on the call from the Housing Authority. I think we can move on now to item 8A, the illustrious Ms. Lockhart.
Madam Chair, being that the time is now 7:49, would you like to take care of item number 8A, or would you like to move to public comment?
Well, it would be nice to get item 8A finished if there are any additional questions for Mr. Hurt, because it relates to the Housing Authority. If we could do that quickly, does the council think we can move on 8A quickly? Mr. McCoy, I think you were the one that had the most questions.
I did. So I want to go back to Mayor Felder. Mayor, I must respectfully disagree, and I want to make sure that I'm clear when I say this. In the spirit of transparency, we need to have this information. While you can recommend anybody, if it's not ratified by the board, then it means nothing. And I'm particularly concerned because here's why. I know we had this issue brought up before late last year related to the current member, but my position is this. I've known that current member since 2012 12 working on Just Hearing the States. And when I really noticed him, it was when he was in Tallahassee along with Mr. Hurt. And I don't know if Mr. Finney is still on, but all of those gentlemen were in in Florida Finance Housing Authority, Florida Finance Housing Corporation in Tallahassee, advocating and fighting for those dollars. Not to mention, I think back where the Housing Authority came from and where they were in receivership. And I can tell you, I remember when Delvin Thomas was on this board, and we're talking about 9-10 years ago. And I think they've made significant progress. And I think for you to bring us an appointment and only say just because you did it and it's because your appointment, that just doesn't cut the mustard for me. I know this guy's been, certainly working behind the scenes, and I want to make sure that everybody has a fair shot. Nothing to miss Lockhart, but certainly I just think the process to select someone and not even bring forth an application tends to lend to me that there is something about their credentials that doesn't line up with the mission and goals of the Housing Authority. That's why I first asked for a resume or application, because I would expect that based on their goals and visions, certainly they would like to have people that kind of align with their viewpoint. But we can appoint anybody to any board, but certainly does it help them to appoint somebody that doesn't necessarily mesh with their board? Or does it help them to then disjoint an organization that's really been growing and literally halfway through on a $24 million project? So certainly I know Mr. Thomas was on that board, and for those reasons, I can't support anybody being appointed to that board, much less somebody that doesn't even live in the city or have the same connections to this community that Mr. Thomas does. So, it's certainly your prerogative to appoint, but I don't think that we need to kind of throw away that synergy that's been going on in development, because clearly if they weren't doing anything, they wouldn't be here in front of us. And it's a lot more than what we've seen over the last 10 years. And I certainly want to commend you guys. Let me definitely say that, Mr. Finney, Mr. Hurt, board chairperson Jeffrey Jackson, and all the members of the Housing Authority board for the hard work that they're doing. But certainly I want to also add, I was looking back at one of our prior agendas. Interesting enough, I did find where one of the agenda items says, because of FRS, we determined and learned that Riviera Beach Housing Authority is a dependent special district of the city of Riviera Beach. Now, I don't know if we knew that or if that was relevant, but certainly they are an arm of the city, and I want to certainly treat them like an arm. And I expect that when we have these kind of concerns related to minority participation, that you guys come to the table and be willing to work with us. But that's what I have for that, and I'm going to really ask my members to support Delvin Thomas on being reappointed.
First, Mayor Felder, Ms. Anthony, I think we have neglected to ask for a motion and second on this item. Am I right? You're muted. I see you nodding though. So I will, before we proceed with any further discussion, if we could have a motion and a second on what was item 2 and is now item 8A. Ms. Anthony, do you want to read it?
And Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item since it was moved to item number 8A, and the acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed. Appointment of board member to the Riviera Beach Housing Authority.
Usually we already closed public comments. So, I mean, are we going to do this every moment? I mean, really, we would have closed public comments for consent already.
Are there many, Ms. Anthony?
Madam Chair, being that a new agenda item number was assigned to the item, we have to accept public comments on this item.
Thank you.
It's now closed. We do have approximately about 10.
Madam Chair.
Were those men already?
Excuse me, 1 minute. We have to have a motion and a second on this item, and then we can have discussion. Can I get a motion to, Ms. Anthony, do you want to read that again, please? We can have a motion and a second.
Appointment of a member to the Riviera Beach Housing Authority.
Okay.
Alexis Lockhart.
Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been motioned and seconded, and we have public comments. Ms. Anthony.
Public comment from Alyssa Ward. I support Alexis Lockhart for this position. This would be an excellent choice. Public comment from Olivia Brown. Hello, good afternoon. I support Alexis Lockhart wholeheartedly. As a recent college graduate, I feel that she could help move this city forward with ideas that will set our city to higher heights. She will definitely bring a fresh perspective to this housing board. Public comment from Montanique Freeze. Please put item number 2 in the subject line. Alexis Lockhart is dependable and a hard worker. She delves into the details and makes sure that everything always is for the good of everyone I support. Next public comment from Colby Hicks. Alexis Lockhart is dependable and a hard worker. She delves into the details and makes sure that everything always is for the good of everyone I support. Next public comment from Life of Sam. Alexis has been a true reader of what is right, very mature, and does not deal with mess in the most classiest way. She brings something to the table for everyone. I definitely support. Next comment is from Rosa Martin. Alexis Lockhart is definitely the person for this position. Her conduct and her work ethic and her leadership skills are exactly what this board needs. Next comment is from Cameron Anai. Dear Riviera Beach Committee, I support Alexis Lockhart for the appointed position on the Housing Board. She is dependable, effective, innovative, and she will definitely bring a fresh perspective to the Housing Board. The next public comment is from Gilberto Davila. Good afternoon. Alexis Lockhart is definitely a credible candidate. She is not afraid to take on new challenges, and she always has something new to bring to the table. Sincerely, Gilberto Davila, Information Technology Specialist, Roosevelt Community Middle School, a math, science, technology, and leadership magnet school. Last comment is from Malcolm Summons. Alexis Lockhart has been a true leader for years in the community, providing opportunities for young adults through her platform, Lockhart District. She does what is right, is very mature, and deals with situations very classy and professional. She has a lot that she will bring to the table that will help everyone. I definitely support her being a part of the Riviera Beach team in any way. Madam Chair, that concludes public comments on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe Mayor Felder wanted to speak.
Yes, with all due respect, Councilman McCord, you said you had a relationship with Devin, and that's cool. I have a relationship with Alexis. You know, we put this out a couple months ago, council meeting, saying we're putting out applications. We gave our phone number. My chief of staff received we even reached out to Mr. Hurt, say, was there anybody that you guys knew? All right, we got one application from Alexis. All right, but with all due respect, it is my appointment, right? And it's to bring it to you guys for approval. I'm asking the board, right? We can bring in fresh, new ideas. I'm not saying Mr. Thomas isn't or wasn't a good board member. After 12 years, I think we can always give somebody else an opportunity, because each one of us, people voted us in to give us an opportunity, right? They could have stayed with the old, but they put the new in. And so sometimes you have to make a move to bring in a fresh new perspective, a fresh new idea, some innovation. So I'm asking the board to please appoint Alexis to the Housing Board tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Madam Chair?
in the spirit of transparency, you've twice alluded to the fact that
You have not been recognized. I would like to recognize Commissioner Miller Anderson, and then I'll get back to you. She hasn't spoken yet on this topic. Thank you. Ms. Miller Anderson.
I just had a question. Is she a Riviera Beach resident, and is there a requirement for them to be a resident to be on the board?
No, it's not.
It's not a requirement, Ms. Nguyen?
There's no requirement in the statute.
Okay, normally.
Madam Chair,
Go.
I'm sorry. I see Ms. Lanier.
Yes, Lanier, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say that, I mean, I understand that Mr. Thomas was an excellent addition to the board, but the mayor has put forth a new, fresh idea. I want to impart, because I'm going to vote for this person, for Alexis Lockhart. I just want to impart to her that she has to bring to the board the issues of local participation, the issues of making sure that the board, the Riviera Beach Board, is a good steward of the funds, not only for their own agency, but in partnership with the city of Riviera Beach. Now, they've been partners for a long time, but tonight, this back and forth between the city and the housing authority, it's just not, it's not good. And we've always been good stewards, and we've always been partners with the housing authority. So I just want to make sure that this new member understands and doesn't have all this backstory, and understand that we're going to move forward with local participation, and we're going to move forward with making sure that it's a partnership between the city and the housing authority.
Thank you, Ms. Lanier. Mr. Lawson, did you have something to say before I go to Mr. McCoy?
Yes, Madam Chair. In regards to Ms. Lockhart, her appointment, how many board members does our mayor have the ability to appoint? Is it just one board member of the Housing Authority?
That's all of them.
Oh, so, okay. Do we have any other vacancies then on the Housing Authority? Or any other expired seats?
Mr. Hurt, would you be able to answer that?
Yes, Madam Chair. Currently, of the 5 commissioners we have on the board, 2 members' terms have expired. That of Mr. Delvin Thomas, and also Ms. Jessica Thurman, who is our resident board commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson?
Okay, so, and Mayor, you said that you only got one application, which was Ms. Lockhart when you put out the position previously.
Yes.
And Mr. Hurt, Jessica Thurman, she is the resident serving member. She has to actually, can you give some details on what that means, please?
Yes, Councilman Lawson. The statute requires that a member of the Board of Commissioners be a resident or recipient of assistance from HUD. At the time that she was appointed, we did not have any public housing residents. She is a participant in the Housing Choice Voucher Program, i.e. the Section 8 program. So she does benefit from the governmental program. So she, given that we had no other public housing residents, did fit the bill for being a resident commissioner. And the idea of having a resident commissioner on all public housing boards is to have a member that understood and could advocate for the residents and participants in the programs that the Housing Authority operates.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hurt. Thank you. I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Mr. McCoy, did you have another comment?
No, I just want to make sure I just state this. So, Mr. Mayor, I certainly respect your position and your decision, but as a collegial body, at the very least, I mean, when I say collegial, I mean we work together. The application is something that should be shared with us, just like in any other appointment, just like in the appointment we had recently for the audit services. So, you know, at the very end, we shouldn't have to have this discussion. So that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Any other
Madam
comment?
Chair, yes, one quick thing. I certainly agree with Mr. McCoy, because, you know, I'm always complaining about the fact that we don't get information in time. I really do, because we're really supposed to have everything that we need to make a decision. I agree with him, but I don't agree with the fact that we should appoint Mr. Thomas over Ms. Lockhart. I really want to go with Ms. Lockhart. I'm going to vote for her, but I do agree with Mr. McCoy in principle in terms of always having information in front of us to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson McCoy dissenting.
Thank you. We have a little housekeeping to do in terms of the people participating right now in this conference call. I would have to ask Ms. Pemsel, Ms. Gillette, Mr. Gerwig, and Ms. Matumba to join in our meeting, please, and to have anyone else who is not involved in the meeting henceforth to drop off. Thank you very much, Mr. Hurt, for your participation. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and thank you, he's gone already, okay. If you would, Mr. Hurt, thank you. End the call from your side. We have a limited number of people who can be on this call, so we have to ask people who are no longer involved in the meeting to drop off. I see Matumba, I see Gerwig, I see Pemsel, I don't see Gillette. Yes, I do. Okay, I think we're all here. We can continue with item number 9. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair.
Are we
Yes.
going to start public comments now, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you very much. I almost forgot. Thank you. Keep me honest.
Madam Chair, please, could we take a brief intermission so I can run to the,
If
please,
it's,
just
you gotta
5
be
minutes, just,
right now to your own bathroom there. So you could we will do a 5-minute break. You could just turn
Madam
your
Chair.
camera off, but that's okay.
Madam Chair.
You want to just
I
turn
don't
your
want
camera?
to miss anything.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Miss Commissioner Miller.
Whenever we were in the council, we never stopped for me to go to the restroom.
Right,
So,
but guess what?
and
though?
we're doing
But I'm
public
walking
comment.
behind all of y'all.
Excuse me, Miss Lanier.
This is a whole different ball game here.
One thing. You see the length of this next statement?
That's what I know.
we're doing public comment.
Sure. Oh, public comment. That's right. All right.
Okay. Whatever y'all need to do, that's fine. I'm just
Seven.
going to black out for a minute to go, and whatever, but that's fine.
All right. Thank you. Public comment.
Okay, Miller Anderson, I'm gonna remember that.
I'm gonna make a motion as soon as Ms. Lanier gets up for something.
Stop. Clerk, public comment. Please.
You got to read the statement. You got to read the
Madam Chair,
statement.
you have your statement you have to read.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I have to get there. Sorry. Okay, public comments should be restricted to issues, matters, or topics pertinent to the city of Riviera Beach. Please be reminded that the city council adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings. Public comments shall begin at 7:30 unless there is no further business of the city council, which in that event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30 p.m., then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Any member of the public wishing to comment publicly on any matter, including items on the agenda, shall submit their comments by email to City Clerk Claudine Anthony at publiccomments@rivierbeach.org. That's publiccomments@rivierbeach.org. The email shall contain the applicable agenda item numbers along with precise wording to be read into the record. Explicit language will not be read. Emails without applicable agenda item numbers will be read under the general public comment section. Be advised, public comments will be accepted for each applicable item in the general public comment section until closure is announced by the chairperson or the city clerk. All email addresses and submitted comments are and will be public record. The city clerk or designee will read public comments into the record at the appropriate time for no more than 3 minutes. If you have any questions, please contact the city clerk's office at 561-845-4090 or email crobinson@rivierbeach.org. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the acceptance of public comments at this time is now closed. Ms. Hall, may proceed.
The first public comment comes from Joseph Brenner with the SEIU Florida Public Services Union. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you for taking the time to read my comments. I'm writing today to be sure that the union's position in the pandemic pay matter is clear. Our concerns are thus: the fairness of compensating high-level city management above others, fiscal responsibility, and FEMA reimbursement. The SEIU Florida Public Services Union, which represents approximately 200 frontline City of Riviera Beach employees and about a third of the city's workforce, the majority of whom live in the city, as well as several hundred other members of our union and sister SEIU locals, did not initiate discussions with the city demanding additional pay for our membership during this current health crisis. This conversation started only after the union learned of a special pandemic pay policy implemented by the city April 1st that, among other things, specifically benefits non-union employees with extra compensation, most of who are top-level management. After our membership learned of and questioned why some office staff in their departments were all of a sudden receiving special time and a half pay, and they weren't, I emailed City Manager Jonathan Evans on Monday, April 20th, to initiate discussions between the union and the city. To this date, we have had 2 discussions, and the union has made its position clear to the city management that we believe this additional compensation to non-union staff and the exclusion of union staff is unjust and bad policy. To wit, the SEIU Florida Public Services Union represents municipal workers across Florida and locally in West Palm Beach Gardens, Boynton Beach, Delray Beach, Boca Raton, and the village of Palm Springs, as well as the Palm Beach County School District and Palm Beach County Transit. A few, such as Boca Raton and the village of Palm Springs, have implemented special pay policies for frontline employees reporting during this crisis. But we have not seen any other public employer in the entire state implement a plan that increases compensations for only non-union, i.e. management employees, excluding frontline workers represented by the unions. Each of the Palm Beach public employers listed above, as well as most all across the state of Florida, have kept workers whole, paying their regular earnings while shifting schedules, primarily to reduce the risk of spreading CV-19 and not penalize workers unable to report because of the outbreak. Across the state, the largest city that we represent, the city of St. Petersburg, has recognized the need to increase compensation for frontline essential workers reporting during the crisis, as well as the need to be mindful of the city's long-term economic outlook, implementing in consultation with the unions, including ours, a policy that rewards workers with an additional 0.25 hours of annual leave for such hours worked. Okay, and the rest of the letter will be included in the records. The next public comment comes from Marvelous Washington. Question for the mayor. What is your goal to replace Commissioner Thomas on board? Why would you replace the person that led the Housing Authority to the first affordable housing in the city in over 40 years? We were in a housing desert, and he took it and made it happen. More than what the CRA has done for housing, what is your intention? Are your intentions to improve our city by continuing to offer affordable housing accommodations, or set our city back another 40 years? The next public comment comes from Fane Lozman. These comments are for Fane Lozman. Over a year ago, the chief building official, Lady March, was illegally fired because she refused to rescind a fence permit that she issued to me and a dock permit that she issued to my neighbor. Ms. March's firing was orchestrated by Jeff Gagnon and councilperson Julie Botel. I recently had to retain an attorney because the city has hired the Torcivia law firm to threaten me with a legal action over my fence that was put up with a valid legal permit because Botel and Gagnon want my fences removed. A further investigation into Botel with information gathered from the city manager's office reflects an unsettling truth, namely that Botel met with the principals of CAP, the outside firm that was hired to fill the position of the chief building official with one of CAP's employees after Lady March was fired. Botel promised to retain the CAP firm indefinitely at a great expense by the city taxpayers if CAP would agree to prevent any development on my property or on my neighbors. This deal also included seeing to it that my fence was removed and my neighbor's dock permit revoked. The significance of Botel's and Gagnon's illegal actions that were later approved by the city manager were reprehensible because the assistant building official, Mr. Bovell Richards, a 15-year employee with the city, has his state license to be the chief building official. The taxpayers are being ripped off by needlessly paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to a company based out of Miami instead of making Mr. Richards an interim or permanent chief building official. The elected city leaders are the final policymakers of the city. The current council persons have ratified not only Votel's illegal actions, but also those of two other policymakers, the city manager and city attorney. By doing so, they are now all parties to the multiple instances of illegal retaliation that have been directed at me, which are blatant violations of the personal protections afforded in the United States Constitution. There is certainly a legal action for this type of retaliatory behavior. It is unfathomable that after paying me an $875,000 settlement in connection with the retaliatory false arrest and illegal seizure and destruction of my floating home, a settlement that only covered retaliatory actions through the winter of 2015, that the city's elected leaders and its senior staff will continue their pattern of retaliation for the last 4.5 years. The public can rest assured that I will continue this fight with the support of many West Side residents to clean up Riviera Beach, a city that is still a cesspool of political corruption. The next public comment came from Skilled Management Maintenance Services, Kenna Brown. And the question posed is, what will ensure local participation in phase 1? The next public comment comes from J.B. Dixon, and it reads, too often people use public comment time only to criticize the council or the city staff, neglecting the opportunity to pay a compliment when one is deserved. I would like to say how impressed I have been with the hard work and professionalism I have exhibited during this pandemic by the city's leaders and department heads. Whether it was the very impressive operation of the COVID-19 testing site or the distribution of food or mass giveaways, I have seen the city attorney, the city manager, the head of Parks and Recreation, the acting fire chief, and many, many other department heads working under the hot sun, often on weekends, to serve our city. I might add that these were not just higher level managerial tasks that they were performing, but rather many more mundane jobs too, such as directing traffic or hauling heavy boxes or signing people up for various services. Jobs that many people at their professional level might refuse to do as being beneath them to have to perform. Our department heads and other city leaders not only did all these things, but did so with good cheer, greeting us, the citizens, with friendliness and helpfulness, even after spending hours on their feet under the sun. I'm happy to be able to thank them in this public forum and send my compliments for a job, or rather many jobs, well done, J.B. Dixon. And Madam Chair, that is the end of public comments.
Thank you. And now I believe we're back to item 9.
Ordinance number 4146, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, tolling the current moratorium previously enacted by ordinance number 4133 and extended by ordinance number 4141 for the period remaining on the moratorium from April 1st, 2020, when Governor DeSantis enacted Executive Order 2091, directing all citizens of the state of Florida to limit their movements and remain at home in response to the public health emergency of COVID-19 for the duration of the Executive Order 2019, including any modifications or extensions thereof by Governor DeSantis as to the filing, receiving, or processing of any application or permit associated with lands having a special preservation future land use designation in whole or in part, including submerged lands and uplands or lands defined as wetlands or a wetlands preservation area within Chapter 23, Article 3 of the city's Code of Ordinances in order to review, amend, and develop codes and land development regulations associated with the city's comprehensive plan and the special preservation future land use designation, along with codes for coastal construction and wetlands preservation in order to protect and conserve the city's natural resources, providing for the boundaries subject to the moratorium providing for conflicts and severability, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, the acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed, and we do have public comments on this item.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I can just deviate just for a moment, procedurally and parliamentarily, I just want to confirm that we got all the public comments, because I just had 2 people send me a text message that indicated that public comments were not read into the record and they didn't designate an item number. So can we have someone to clarify? And is there a way that we can perhaps tee up, I guess, on a separate monitor what those comments are, so we don't leave an item and then someone contacts us personally to say that their item wasn't heard? But I want to make sure from the clerk and their staff that those items are in fact read and public comments are complete.
He is
Madam Chair,
absolutely
I
right.
have two.
He's
I
absolutely
have
right.
two.
He's got 3 comments that they say were not read, so he's absolutely right about that one.
So can
Okay.
we just finish this item, Madam Chair?
Just a minute, Madam Clerk, do you see that you have, where'd she go?
I'm
There
here.
Did you see that you have 3 that came in? Did they come in a timely manner?
I have 2 staff members here that are manning that. I will have to wait till they advise whether or not they were received in a timely fashion.
Well, Madam Chair, while we're waiting on that, Mr. Evans and also Ms. Anthony, it would make sense if we can have another computer monitor solely for public comments. That way, I don't have to get folks calling me to say that they didn't get their public comments read into the record. And all we have to do is allow individuals to make those comments. And I don't want to ever deprive anybody of that opportunity, even if it's against me. And I know there's a couple people out there that probably would say some things about me, but that's all right. But yes, because
Mr. McCoy, it's all of us. It's not just you,
it's definitely
sir.
not
It's
you.
all of us.
Comment. All right, Mr. McCoy, are you suggesting that we have a camera set up, or that we have, what are
I
you?
think it might be a delay, and I don't know who's receiving it, Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, if I may, there is a delay as it relates to when somebody sends it to when it is received, because of the process that an email goes through as far as through our security system to then become populated. So somebody may send it at 7:15 and it doesn't come into our system till 7:30 or what have you. We can look to address that, and maybe even look to create almost a chat box type forum to where they can populate information and we can get something real time. I'll work with IT to see if there's a better mechanism that can get citizen comments in a more expeditious fashion.
Thank you. But for the purposes of this evening, can we be lenient and allow those comments to be read, please? Because we don't want to disenfranchise anyone who might be out there just because our technology wasn't keeping up with the will of our people. Can we have those comments read? Does anybody object to that? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you have those 3 comments read, please?
Madam Chair, I'm being advised by my staff that if we need to know what email address they're using because they don't see them.
All right, Mr. McCoy and Ms. Lanier, I think you were the ones who got messages from people. Their comments did not come in. Is it possible that they sent to the wrong?
The last public, Madam Chair, staff is saying that the last public comment that we received was at 8:10 p.m. If you all can take those comments that you all received, council persons, and send them to my email address, and as soon as I get them.
I'm not.
Okay.
I can't do that. But we just
Okay.
got to figure out a better system, because there's no way that I'm going to be able to pay attention to everything that's going on. And they said they sent it at 7:18. So we just got to figure out a better system. But I'm not about to be the intermediary.
Yeah, I agree, because I have 2, and all they said was that I sent a public comment at 6:45, and maybe, as Mr. Evans noted, and he's right, because I work for the county, and sometimes I'll send an email at 8 o'clock in the morning, but it don't get until like 8:45. So I totally agree with that. But we need to have a system in place that people who are sending in public comments, because the deadline is 7 p.m. So if they send in at 6:59 and we don't get it until 7:59, then it's no. I mean, if you look at the stamp on it, it still says 6:59. But I just really want to. I mean, I can't do it now. I can't go in and ask them about what email address it was. I can't do all of that. But what we can do in the future is to make sure that maybe the cutoff time needs to be at 6. I mean, I don't know, but what needs to happen is that, and I agree with Mr. McCoy on the fact that instead of it being read into the comment, there's a scrolling email that we can see what they say, because you don't have to read it. They can read it as we're looking at it, and then we know it's legit.
Right.
Madam Chair, if I may, one of the things I can talk with IT about, when I was in Sarasota County, there was an email inbox that actually was on the city's homepage and a form, and you can put in the form and actually pops up right there. So it's available for the entire public to see. So in essence, you would be able to have the city website and you can be able to see the emails that come in. But I would have to talk to Tony and IT to set that up, but we'll have a better model in place for subsequent meetings.
Well, in the meantime, and even though I know we went to 3 different, I think we went to 3 different handles on our email system. We got .com, .org, at least 2. Can we make sure that that's constantly being displayed, or some sort of caption box or something, so that in the event that they're sending something to a wrong email address, then there's some clarification on the channel 18 screen? Because
we can do that, and also I'll look to possibly incorporate text that somebody can text in comments as well. But I'll work with IT to expand the system and be able to get the public comments read into the record.
And one additional thing, I just want to make sure that it is easy for people who are in the public who don't have access to internet, they don't have access to, but they are the people who show up at the meetings in person. So I really want to make sure that the people who they can text, they can email, but make it easier for public comments. And I know that this is a work in progress, and I'm not blaming anyone at this point. I just want to make sure that as we keep going along with this, because it may last for a minute here in terms of how we're doing business, that the public, because we can talk all day about issues, but I want the public to be able to come in and to either text or to even call in and say, listen, this is my comment, to make it easier for the public, because guess what? We are doing the business for the residents of the city. So let them have the easiest way to be able to get online.
Madam Chair, can you reread the email address into the record and
Public I will, and it should be in a string across the bottom for future reference, so that it'll be constantly appearing down there. It's public comments plural, PUBLICCOMMENTS @RivieraBeach.org. Riviera Beach has all its vowels in it. We bought the vowels, and it's .org rather than .com. So it's public comments @RivieraBeach.org for future reference.
And if we can do something like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Madam Chair, but we advertise the census, we advertise everything that goes on with the city. If we can advertise that to let people know, if you have any type of comments, if you want to know anything about what's happening with the city, send in your public comments, because there's going to be a meeting on Wednesday at 6, so that it is marketed the same way that everything else is.
Okay, well, Mr. Evans will take care of that, I'm sure. Did we have a motion and a second on this item number 9?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second. Thank you. Now we have public comments on this item. Madam Clerk. You're muted, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
The following public comment comes from Carrie Barsh. Dear City Clerk, please read the following comments into the record with respect to agenda item number 9. I am writing on behalf of Halo Development LLC, Fane Lozman, and Renegrade Trust number 2, the owners of real property located within the geographic area of the proposed Special Preservation Zoning District, ordinance number 4133, and more particularly described in Exhibit A attached, which an exhibit was provided. Together, Halo Development LLC, Fane Lozman, and Renegrade Trust 2, collectively the owners, own approximately 51 acres of land, which accounts for 34% of the property subject to the proposed Special Preservation Zoning District and 20% or more either of the area of the lots included in such proposed change. City of Riviera Beach Code, Section 31-5. The owners objected and continue to object to the new Special Preservation District for the reasons outlined in my letter of May 14, 2019, which is attached and hereby incorporates by reference. Halo Development LLC, Fame Lozman and Renegade Trust. 2, also object to extension of the moratorium that the city is considering to impose on their real property on grounds including without limitation that the owners' respective vested and or judicially determined property rights will be inordinately burdened and or abrogated by the city's action, resulting in a regulatory taking. The city staff has not provided a proper legal justification for extending the moratorium, and the owners urge the city council to deny agenda item number 9. Respectfully submitted, Carrie L. Bosch, shareholder, Greenberg Traurig. Madam Chair, that concludes public comments on item number 9.
Thank you. Do you have any comments? Oh, Mr. Gagnon, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff. It's nice to see you all. What you have before you is the second reading of an ordinance that would extend the existing moratorium, adding the tolling period per the governor's executive order. So it adds approximately 30 days to the existing moratorium. Really the intent behind that is we want to follow a typical public hearing process and really allow an on-the-ground type of discussion versus our digital process that we have tonight. City staff is recommending that you consider approval of this, and we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gagnon. Any questions from the council? Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilperson McCoy? Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr.
I'm
McCoy.
just interested in what's the convention of the roll call? It seems like my name is becoming first more often than not. And literally, I got somebody else I have to take care of, so I'm trying to do both at the same time. So I just need to know, should be expected to be called first?
Yes, you are.
I'm sorry, Kashamba, but I know your kids are all grown adults.
Clerk is at the convention and Mr. McCoy is first, and is there any rhyme or reason to that?
He is District 1. The names are called by district.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's clearly new. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so items tape. Are there any? No, that's crossed out. Discussion and deliberation item number 10.
Discussion and deliberation concerning the City of Riviera Beach Economic Recovery Plan, committee assignments. Madam Chair, the acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed, and we do not have any public comments on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, this item is to memorialize the actions that were taken by the board at your April 15th, 2020 meeting, establishing the staff committees to assist in facilitating the groups that were established. Under Health and Human Services, we have Councilperson Lanier, who will be chairing that committee. Public Safety will be Councilperson Miller Anderson. Hospitality, Tourism, and Maritime Industry, Chairperson Botel. Small and Medium Business Assistance is Councilperson McCoy. Fast Tracking Permitting is Chair Pro Temp Lawson. And Community and Faith-Based Services is Mayor Felder. These committees are committees that have to operate within the sunshine. So when you do go to establish your committees, we ask that you work with city administration and the city clerk's office to ensure that we appropriately notice those committee meetings. We won't be recording those meetings, but notes will be taken to comply with the statute. Also, city staff will be convening a committee that looks at our capital projects and how do we bring our capital projects to fruition. And so this is the committees that have been built out. I will be also having in-depth conversations with the board to set each individual member of the board to have additional conversations with regards to building out an agenda and outlining what their goals and objectives are as it relates to their involvement with the committee and what the committee will focus on. Also, I would like to have a placeholder on subsequent agendas for committee representatives to report out as it relates to any policy modifications or areas of focus that the committee has discussed and things that may need to move pretty quickly as we look to restart our economy, as well as looking at some of the social needs of our community. So this memorandum speaks to the discussion that we had at your previous meeting and establishes the committees and the staff support that will be accommodating each of the elected officials, and staff stands prepared to answer any questions the board may have as a result of this item.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Does anyone have a question? Ms. Lanier?
Madam Chair, I wanted to ask, we talked about, you know, when we were discussing these committees, we talked about the CRA's involvement in terms of funding and in terms of partnership. How has that panned out, Mr. Evans?
That conversation has been left to the CRA to have a discussion with you all as the CRA board. I have provided the information to Mr. Evans, and so he has the framework. And so in the event that the CRA wishes to partner with the city, I can see the expansion of the roles and responsibilities, but also the staff complement to assist in the facilitation of the objectives for those committees. But we're waiting on legislative action from the CRA board before we start commingling both operations, because the CRA can only spend their money in that specific CRA district. So it would be somewhat different, but it does lend itself to a partnership that I think will bear some fruit for the city, because they do have some depth in their agency that can help facilitate some of the topics that were discussed as part of the economic recovery plan.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question or a comment? No one else. Mr. Evans, I have already met with, had one initial meeting with a group of people on the hospitality, travel, and tourism question, and I have a meeting set up, which was recorded. We took notes, and the clerk, Madam Ms. Anthony, is aware that we had that meeting. We took notes and so on. I will have a meeting on Monday with a group of the marine industry people. That would be Monday the 11th. I do have something that came up as a result of my first meeting with the hospitality group, and we were hoping to put it on the agenda for May 20th, but I'm wondering if I can ask council's indulgence and ask this evening to consider it. I don't think it's going to be terribly controversial. The item is that the restaurant folks in the Ocean Walk Mall, once the governor decides that we will be part of phase one, and we're hoping that that will happen in the near future, hopefully before the 20th, which is why I'm raising it this evening, that those restaurants will be able to have outdoor seating in addition to some indoor seating. But the outdoor seating right there at the Ocean Walk Mall is so important for them. And what they're asking is, the road that's now closed, the road that's on the ocean side of the Ocean Walk Mall, they're asking if we can continue to keep it closed, and that would require a vote of the council so that they can extend their outdoor seating out into that area. They are not only looking to do 6 feet apart, they're looking to do 7 or 8 feet apart in terms of the tables. So they'd like to use that whole area as much as possible. Is that something that the council would indulge me in taking a vote this evening to allow them to do that?
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, oh.
Yes, it was, I think it was Mr. Lawson.
Yes, the only concern before we take a vote on that would be the impact on the parking, the occupancy of the restaurants, and what guidelines are set within phase one. So if we're going to be operating at a 50% occupancy, and if we're going to not require all the parking necessary for our restaurants, and then also the direction of actually reopening our beach, if we're going to be in line with what the county decides with the beaches, or if because of the community and the dynamic of our community, are we going to extend that even longer? So there's a few things before we can kind of make that vote, Doc, that I would say we want to get that information first, just in regards to the parking, the occupancy, and then the beaches and the time frame of opening. I do commit. I'm sorry, Dr. Patel, but I do actually support that actual outdoor seating, and think that it's definitely something those restaurants and those businesses will be needed. But it's just to make sure that we have those answers so we can move forward with it.
I think Mr. Evans was part of a 4:30 phone call this afternoon about the beach topic, so I'll ask him to weigh in on that, Mr. Evans.
Not to get too far off of the topic and the discussion that we're having this evening specific to the committee assignments, but there is a discussion that will happen at the county level, I believe as early as Friday, and they have asked that the municipalities provide some insight and perspective with regards to reopening the beach. The comments that I shared with the county administrator in the committee is that it has to be uniformed and consistent throughout the county. A lot of other municipalities and entities are looking to put stipulations and restrictions. And what I said is that's just going to confuse the public. If you look at Clearwater, if you look at Sarasota County, they have decided to allow for people to utilize the beach in the form and fashion that they are accustomed to, but adhering to a lot of the recommendations that have been provided by the CDC, no groups larger than 10, social distancing, because trying to police our beach will be increasingly more challenging. In addition to it puts our law enforcement personnel in a compromised situation when you say you can sit on a towel, but you can't sit on a chair, those types of things. So from what we've heard from the collective is that it looks like that there's going to be movement to reopen the beach. Broward County is still on the fence and doesn't look like they would move to open the beach. Miami-Dade and Monroe to the south doesn't look like there's going to be any deviation, but that can soon change. But we can anticipate something happening as it relates to the beach here pretty quickly. We had an internal conversation today about preparing our lifeguard personnel to be prepared one way or another, because on our beach we have the county's park, the city's park, the private facilities, as well as Palm Beach Shores. So there has to be uniformity and consistency. One of the things that were communicated is that restricting parking, I'm adamantly opposed to restricting parking, because then it adversely impacts our residents that will try to utilize the beach. The other side of it is they'll just park in neighborhoods, and then that becomes another problematic situation. So we're looking at it holistically, but my comments were that I think we need to listen to the science and the data, but it's easier to peel the Band-Aid off quickly than try to put in rules and regulations that may be different in Boca, Delray, Riviera Beach, Juneau, etc. So I anticipate something coming out shortly to provide a little bit clearer direction. The county did say that they would write the emergency order that would give the cities to have more restrictions with regards to that, but not a lot of other communities have the abundant amount of private beaches that we have. And so it complicates things. And that was what the conversation we had. Back to North Ocean, that roadway behind the businesses, I would tell the board that we can look at that cautiously, maybe looking at it a way that during the weekends you can look to open that, because I also think that other businesses would look to, can I have seating in the parking lot of my business, or can I, for instance, the tiki operation over at the marina, they may want to go into some of the common areas, and what's the liability and risk and liquor and all those other nuances associated with it, allowing for us to build out a model, because maybe it's something that we allow for our local businesses to have a special event type permit that they can do it on the weekends to utilize the additional space to create the social distancing. So there's some things that we need to work on, but I think the business community does want to see if there's an appetite from the elected body to consider that approach.
Thank you. Ms. Miller Anderson.
Yeah, I can certainly understand where the businesses are coming from, but I do not want to vote on that tonight. One, it's not in the agenda, and then two, I'd rather have some more information, as Mr. Evans just pointed out, but I do want to make sure that we're, following all guidelines. And so if we need to have a special meeting, which I don't foresee that needing to happen, I'm thinking we can put it on the next agenda if we have the information in time.
Mr. McCoy.
I wanted to see, so if we're speaking specifically of the Ocean Mall, this is a conversation that I want to have also with the management of Ocean Mall, those folks that are managing it, because conveniently, I wanted to have this conversation about the restaurant at the event center, but where's Waldo? It seems that I want to make sure that we can have an opportunity to understand what impact this has had on those that have businesses that are currently in lease agreements. And when we've really forced everybody to shut down, and not only did we force them to shut down, our police officers went over personally and told them that they couldn't operate. And we definitely have to have those individuals who actually run the property management of both the Ocean Mall and also the CRA, who does the property management of the event center, to have a seat at the table, because I don't want to make a decision in a vacuum when I think, have we been close to 2 months now? At least in this current state, as to what the impacts and what's important, because we only are here from a legislative perspective, and until I think we're all consumers by any estimation, but I don't want to forget the fact that we're also de facto landlords, and how this impacts our tenants and the people that actually represent us when they have businesses at our city facilities. So those who manage it should definitely have a seat at the table, as well as us, because I certainly thought it was a great idea, and I've seen a couple things online that I've seen other municipalities were doing, but I want to see that we can't move forward without those who manage the day-to-day operations of those properties to have a seat at the table.
Okay, I'll tell you that I'm having another meeting with the hospitality group on the 15th, and Jim Boyce, is that his name? Mr. Evans from PEB Management.
James.
So I'm sorry.
James, yeah, I think
He'll be at that meeting, so we can have that conversation with him. If you have questions that you'd like to direct to him, let's see, it's a public meeting.
Not so much, Madam Chair, but let me tell you this. I just, and I've seen this for those that are having businesses, especially restaurants. It's like, how do you expect somebody to pay up when they've lost all their staff and they haven't even opened their doors? So I at least would like to see that when you go into that meeting, that conversation occurs, because it's really tough time for everybody, and I want to make sure that we aren't putting somebody in a situation to open up after they've now lost 2 months worth of revenue and are in the hole for rent or whatever the case may be. That's all I wanted to add to it. So you can take that back to your meeting.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Miss Shirley Lanier? Yes.
Yes. Although I wholeheartedly agree with, opening the beaches and being able to go outside. I mean, it's really a very good idea. But every Thursday, I'm on a call with Dr. Alonzo, who's the Public Health Department Director for Palm Beach County. And I think that your group would do well to speak with her and other public health officials, public health, not public government, public health officials, about, starting this process. Not saying that it won't happen, not saying that we can't do it. It's just saying that we want to be able to have everything in place to be able to do this. Mm-hmm. So I really want, and offline, and tomorrow I'll give you a call, make the introduction to Dr. Alonzo, so that we can at least have the science behind it, so that when we do this, we'll be able to do it the right way.
Thank you. They actually have some protocols already developed. The Restaurant Association, and as well as the association that the hoteliers belong to, have some very strict protocols developed for when they do open up. And I think the real concern here is that they don't have a lot of space outside. So when we have availability of outdoor seating, they want to be able to expand so that their tables can be 8 feet apart.
I totally agree, because you have to social distance, not between people, but between the tables. I mean, it's when you do tables at 8 feet apart, but you got 10 people at one table, that's no good. So, having these conversations about making sure that we're doing the right thing, I'm all for it.
So we'll put it on the 20th then, and by then we should have more information. I'll just tell them they have to wait a little bit longer. That's all. Mr. Evans?
Yes, and we've had conversations with Dr. Alonso on a multitude of different things, and in our communications with the managers, we did say that we should let the science and the information drive us. Unfortunately, I think what's happening is the political pressures have inserted themselves into the process, and that's why the board has now given direction to the county administrator to move forward with regards to reopening the beaches in some form or some fashion. So we are going to do everything on our side as it relates to our beach to ensure that guidelines are provided, that we really do something to police that as much as possible. But the momentum does look like there's going to be some movement on that within the next 3 to 5 days.
And I just like to say, if you saw that county commission meeting yesterday that lasted until 6 o'clock last night, people are pushing for things to be opened up, and that's fine. Everybody wants that, but we want to be able to ensure, especially that 80 to 90% of COVID-19 deaths are among African Americans. We are a city that has 80% African American. So we have to be very careful about how we do this. Not saying that we won't do it, but that we are very careful about how to do it. And guess what? There is a way that we can do it.
Okay, thank you. Is that it? Is that it for that topic, Mr. Evans?
That is, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Item number 11, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr.
So,
McCoy.
do we circle back and get an update on any other comments that have been received due to some delays in
Madam
IT
Clerk,
work?
did you receive any of those public comments that were floating around in the ether?
Madam Chair, we have not, we reviewed the public comments again and have not seen any that we have missed. There was a person that stated that we missed their comment. However, we did not. Their comments are actually on item number 13. So that's the only thing that we see at this time.
Right, but let me be clear. So here's what I would like to do. So can we have a dedicated computer for public comment so that when they come in, we can see them on the screen that we're currently looking at? Because literally I've had folks now saying 7:02, 7:08, and I mean, I don't feel comfortable with having a meeting when we have perhaps, and I don't know if this is the case, but likely a problem with infrastructure or technology that is causing some sort of delay, and it's gonna basically disenfranchise somebody. So, we need to figure out how to make sure that every elected member or every member that has to make a decision on this can have that there for us to view during deliberation.
Mr. McCoy, I don't think that's possible for tonight, but Mr. Evans has promised that for the next meeting, we'll straighten out all these problems. So for tonight, I think that if they didn't come in, if Miss Anthony doesn't have them, there's not much we can do about that.
And also, Madam Chair, I just want to make a suggestion that having audio with someone calling in, which is queuing the calls during the 7 o'clock hour, we can do that. There's a lot of ways that we can make this happen, but we have to understand that we are we're in progress of all of this. This is all new to us. This is the new normal for us. So we are looking at, and especially if you're going to have people just to call in, not just send emails and they don't have an email address or they don't have internet access that they can just call in. We queue them in from 7 to 8, and that's how we do it.
Right. Mr. Evans.
We can look at that. And I can tell you, we've done pretty extensive research. Most municipalities that have gone to a digital platform require the comments to be submitted 24 hours or 48 hours before the meeting. We actually take comments throughout the meeting. If we do open the phone lines, here's the challenge. We can't filter the comments that have been said, so inappropriate language could potentially be a reality. In addition to, we have, well, it's easier. But the other side is, how would you know that it's not the same person calling on 5 different lines on a certain item? You know, without.
I agree, but could you just look into it and see how that would work? Because I know that if somebody's calling in and say, "Oh, you know, I'm not the same person," you know, it's all kinds of stuff could happen. But at least just look into it. You know, I'm not saying it'll work, but just kind of look into it and see if it can work.
Yeah, we will. We will.
Thank you.
Item number 11, then.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the transfer of funds in the amount of $125,000 from contingency to the Economic Recovery Plan and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, the acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed, and we do not have any public comments on this item.
Thank you.
So
Can I have
moved.
a second? Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is the corresponding resolution that effectively appropriates $125,000 from contingency to fund the economic recovery plan that was provided to the City Council, and staff stands prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you?
We like it.
We like it, yeah. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Councilperson McCoy,
Mason.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel,
Yes. Would you call Mr. McCoy again, please?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Item number 12.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving an emergency work order with Maury Logan Construction of West Palm Beach, Florida, for construction services for bridge stabilization of structures over the waterways in the Palm Beach Isles community in the amount of $76,000, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment for same from project number 18097 and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, the acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed. And Madam Chair, we do not have any public comments on this item.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey?
Yes, as you're familiar, for the last 4 years, staff has been working with our consultant to address the bridges in Palm Beach Isles. Alan Gerwig and Associates, the structural engineers, made many presentations to the community and staff about 18 months ago. Concern for the condition of the bridges elevated in the community to the point where there was a request that there was monthly monitoring of the bridges by the structural engineer. Approximately 3 weeks ago, the structural engineer notified the city that there was a change in the condition of the bridges, and it brought to their attention concern that the project needed to be expedited. Following multiple meetings at the site with Mr. Evans, the legal team, and procurement, it was determined that we need to move forward with the temporary fixes to the bridge and move immediately into full replacement of the bridges. For some more context, unfortunately, during the process of permitting with the Army Corps of Engineers, it was determined or discovered that Johnson seagrasses existed in the impacted area. As these grasses are endangered and protected, it has added approximately 2 years to the permit process in order to acquire the Army Corps permits for replacement of the bridges. At current pace, we anticipate nearly an additional year of permitting in order to allow us to replace those bridges. But due to the analysis and determination that the bridges need immediate attention, the Army Corps has allowed us to move into a expedited emergency permitting position. Luckily, 90% of the documents were prepared and already under review. So the only item left was the mitigation necessary for these Johnson seagrasses. The Army Corps has agreed to allow us to immediately move to replace the bridges and continue to work on the mitigation program and plan while construction is ongoing. The $76,000 work order that you see in front of you is for temporary stiffening of these bridges. They will provide the level of comfort and assurance that the staff and the residents will need for approximately 8 months while we move immediately into the full procurement of permanent replacement of the bridges. And with that, I have the consultants available and I'm ready to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Anyone have questions? So, Mr. Bailey, this has been a critically important thing for my constituents on the island. So just to be clear, it will be 8 months from now. For the next 8 months, there will be some security in place by virtue of this $76,000 shoring up, if you will. And then subsequent to that, the real work will take place of replacing the bridges.
No, Ms. Pencil and I and Ms. Jacobs are meeting ongoing to attempt to put the full construction replacement out to bid within the next 4 weeks. So in probably the early June, the bids will go out. A multi-million-dollar project of this nature will probably have to be out on the street a month or so. So you could see as early as late July, if not early August, the staff bringing back the full construction contract for the full replacement. Now, obviously, if we come to the council in early August, a bridge is not an easy item to construct. They are going to be staging and materials and things of that nature, but we do not want to waste any time on getting those full construction of the bridges completed. So we're shoring them up immediately, and then we're also moving immediately to the full replacement because the Army Corps is letting us move to construction immediately.
Okay, great. Ms. Lanier.
I just wanted to ask, we're spending $76,000 to shore up. So when you come back in late July, August, what does the figure look like in terms of the cost?
I believe the current estimate is just north of $2 million to replace all 5 bridges.
Is that something that was currently in the budget?
Yes, ma'am, it is in the capital budget. It has been there for approximately 4 years.
Okay, very good.
And Madam Chair, if I may, to the point, yes, the project is fully funded. Our intent is to be able to have crews mobilized and move forward with the permanent construction in the early summer months. We have heard from the engineers, and in the abundance of caution, we wanted to shore up the structures to ensure that there was no issues. But we don't want to, because what was communicated to us, by shoring up those structures, we can conceivably buy additional time, but this project has lagged on for so long that we want to move forward with the long-term construction concurrently. This is just to provide the assurities and peace of mind to the residents that the bridges are safe, and we're going to go ahead and move forward with the long-term solution that will cost approximately a little over $2 million, but it's a fully funded, fully budgeted project, and it is going to be like for like. So it's not going to be something that is outside of what they currently have now.
Knowing that community there, do you think it would be possible for us to do a go-to-meeting kind of a explanation for them in the next week or so, where they could have, I'm sure they have questions that I can't even imagine. Could we set something up so that I can let them know on a certain evening if they can dial in to go to meeting, or even if it's a Zoom meeting, which is what people are more familiar with, we could have Mr. Bailey there and someone from the engineering firm so they can answer their questions?
We can do a GoToWebinar, allows for up to 1,500 people
Okay.
and six presenters to go ahead and present. But we can build out that. My recommendation is to maybe allow for us to get the bid documents and all the things that we need to get tightened up. So when we do have the communications with the residents, that we can say all these things are packaged together out on the street, etc., as opposed to we're working on it.
Maybe
So
late,
that's kind of the intent.
late June. You were saying late July or late July. Mr. Bailey.
For the webinar, July would be best. We would be well into the bid process and can give better dates when they can expect to see activity. The project should be already out on the street by then, and we'll have anticipated dates for returning on bids.
Okay, so we'll begin to plan for something in late July. Thank you very much. Anyone else have a question about this?
Madam Chair, it's been 4 years?
It has been for long years with people who are so afraid to go over those bridges. They're in very poor condition, which is why this is a necessary step to shore them up. It's been very, very long time coming. Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Item 13.
Discussion and review of the pandemic policy by city manager. Madam Chair, the acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed, and we do have public comment.
Okay. Let's, can I have this is just
So,
read this.
that was the discussion.
Yeah, do you want to read the public comments, Madam Clerk?
Our first comment is from Cheryl Austin. Is it true that the city manager, the assistant manager, the city attorney, the financial director, and other administrations are getting paid time and a half for this pandemic, but the first responding officers aren't getting paid time and a half? Can you explain why the first responders, who's literally the first ones to risk their lives, aren't getting paid the same amount? Thank you, concerned citizen. Our next public comment comes from Cheryl Austin. I want to know, how come the officers, hashtag our first responders, aren't getting paid time and a half, but yet the city manager, city attorneys, other members of the cities are? The officers are the ones out risking their lives every day, while the rest are being behind a desk. Sounds like to me they're ripping off our officers when they most definitely deserve the pay as well. With y'all knowing the COVID-19 is real. Our final comment comes from JB Dixon. The criticism of pay policy during the pandemic is, in my opinion, unjustified. Perhaps because people do not understand where it originated. The fact is, the city of Riviera Beach is following FEMA guidelines in this pay policy. The city did not just dream up this pay levels for its employees. This policy was recommended by FEMA back in 2005. And this city, as well as other cities, have followed those recommendations during crisis ever since. Secondly, I really fail to understand why people get upset about a policy that affects only 70 employees and is, quite frankly, a drop in the bucket of our budget. There are certainly many, many ways in which the city should be saving money, but supporting our employees during a pandemic is not one of them. If in fact there are employees sitting at home and not working or refusing to leave their homes to work, then those employees should be removed from this generous pay policy and told to use up their own leave time. To do otherwise would be unfair to the majority of our employees who willingly come out to serve the public at their own risk. Finally, I would like to repeat what I said during public comments about the very visible and very impressive job our leadership is doing to deserve their time and a half pay. Whether it was the very impressive operation of the COVID-19 testing site or the distribution of food or mask giveaways. I have seen the city attorney, the city manager, the heads of Parks and Recreation, the acting fire chief, and many, many other department heads working under the hot sun, often on weekends, to serve our city. I might add that these were not just higher level managerial tasks they were performing, but rather many more mundane jobs too, such as directing traffic or hauling heavy boxes or signing people up for various services. Jobs that many people at their professional level might refuse to do as being beneath them to have to perform. Our department heads and other city leaders not only did all these things, but did so with good cheer, greeting us, the citizens, with friendliness and helpfulness, even after spending hours on their feet under the sun. J.B. Dixon. Madam Chair, that concludes public comments on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, is our city attorney taking this one?
Yes, I'm leading off on this one. Madam Chair and members of the board, the item before you this evening is discussion with regards to the pandemic policies. To provide some clarity with regards to the comments that were expressed earlier, this policy was emailed out to all city employees on March 20th, and again when it was modified on April 1st. The policy documents, as well as a memorandum that incorporated those documents, spoke to how the city was able to spool up 3 policies to address this pandemic. There is no roadmap. There is no exact science to dealing with this particular situation, and city staff has done exceptional work with regards to handling this pandemic, and I'll show you in a slideshow some of the things that were able to be created. We created a pandemic pay policy as it was communicated that is consistent with the policy that we adopted back in 2005, the disaster paid policy. The one difference that you will see is that the individuals are getting paid for time related to COVID response. And so in a hurricane, when we do keep employees overnight, their activities and they are compensated at time and a half because they are doing responsibilities and duties associated with the disaster and that particular situation. The pandemic pay policy is modeled after the same model. In the event that public safety works overtime, they do get the time and a half, whether that's police and fire. And the only difference that you're seeing is that in our policy, the pandemic pay policy, it does pay for all the part-time employees that traditionally would be left out as it relates to the policy. We worked very hard to ensure that individuals would not have to deal with financial hardship, and that we moved and removed some of the employees that had pre-existing conditions or were under the category that was communicated by the governor in the abundance of caution. As we had a conversation today about reopening operations, we still look to have a hybrid situation and a remote situation. We have a lot of our crews that will be working 1 week or 2 weeks on, and then they're off for an entire week. We have some folks that will work a 24 hours and be compensated for 40. We wanted to make sure that individuals were whole in every conceivable way. We also developed a telecommuting policy, a policy that allows folks in multiple bargaining units, as well as those that are unrepresented, to telecommute, a policy that the city had never had in place until we put that policy together. And then ultimately a return to work policy that allows for our employees to go out and get the necessary testing. And if they do test positive or they have issues with regards to any sicknesses, we encourage them early on to stay home and the process that they would have to undertake to come back to work. At this particular moment, I'm going to, if the board would indulge me, to share my screen with you as I have a PowerPoint. Okay. I believe everybody can see that. So the first slide is the operational summary. It breaks down since March 20th, when the policies were adopted, to April 25th, the total hours worked. You have public safety totaling roughly about 39,000 hours. You have other employees, the other 41% working about 44,000. And then you have 25,000 hours of time in which people did not work and they were compensated for.
Is there any, never mind, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The next slide goes into the hours worked per employee, and it breaks it down as it relates to each of the bargaining units, as well as those that are grant positions, PMSA, SEIU management, and PVA. You can see that here you have, in most cases, your PVA, IAFF, your fire, and management are working that 40 hours, as the other individuals that are in your PMSA or SEIU are working less hours since the activation. Now, realize that on April 1st, we made a modification that significantly diminished the amount of people that were on a remote status and moved them to reserve, or if they were on an on-site status, moved them to reserve. And so that changed when we looked at the individuals that worked from April 1st on, because we did take a more aggressive approach to ensure that we separated individuals and adhere to the safer at home order that was articulated by the governor. The next slide here speaks to the cost of hours not worked. When you look across the entire spectrum, the total for the hours that no service was not provided to the residents totals about 574,000. And then you can see as it relates to the different units as we broke this down. As it was articulated in one of the comments about management, that title management lumps in some of your public safety personnel, as far as police, fire, communications. There's a whole bunch of other individuals that are incorporated in there. It's not exclusively to department directors and city management, et cetera. So I wanted to make sure that that's clear for the record. Additionally, this is the reserve status. A reserve status is the status that we put employees on reserve status, that there was no obligation for them to render any support services to the city, that we just asked for them to stay at home and to stay safe, and they would receive their normal compensation as a result of the pandemic. So this just breaks it down for you as it relates to each of those units that we spoke about earlier. The next slide just shows holiday hours. Actually, you know, we had some holidays and some times that were utilized by folks during this pandemic, and this shows you the amount of holiday hours that were utilized. COVID-related hours, and I think this is an important slide. When we look at the COVID-related hours, these are hours that are associated specifically to COVID-19 and the city's response. When you look at IAFF's number, the 1,300 hours, that's associated with the fire department spooling up and creating a COVID response vehicle to address COVID-related calls. So these are the calls that, or these are the hours that are associated with COVID-related operations. Additionally, these are the costs that, or the hours that will be provided with the cost that will be furnished to FEMA for consideration for reimbursement. Obviously, we know that reimbursement throughout the nation may be somewhat challenging, but based on the guidance and direction that we've been provided by the federal agencies, we're complying with what their recommendations are to ensure that those hours are set aside for the purposes of reimbursement activities. COVID-related costs, this is if you lump in salary, benefits by group and operational expenses. This shows you the cost associated with COVID. You have $147,000 that includes salary, benefits, and operational expenses for management, PPEs, that's personal protective equipment and sanitation, that we have done at multiple city facilities to ensure that those are safe for the occupancy of our employees, and then some of the other things that we've acquired for fire rescue and other units. This, I think, is one slide that we're significantly proud of as an agency. I firmly believe that we in the city of Riviera Beach have done exceptional work with regards to keeping our COVID cases down. We are at under one person per 1,000 resident in our community. And if you look at the slide, at Palm Beach County is at over 2, Lake Park is 0.79, Riviera Beach is 0.92, Wellington 1.3, North Palm 1.98, Palm Beach 2.04, Palm Beach Gardens 2.05, Jupiter 2.2, and then you have Boca Raton all the way to Belle Glade that goes from 4.7 all the way to 5.56, and then Lake Worth Beach at 11.5 per 1,000. I think that shows and understanding how diverse our community is, that we have been on the forefront of educating, informing, and putting out some preventative measures and messaging that the public has adhered to. And we have seen that it has had a drastic impact when you look at the municipalities that we compare to with regards to positive cases per 1,000 residents. This is something that was provided to us from Web EOC. Every municipality is to provide information on Web EOC to look at the cost related to COVID, because it's reported to the county and then ultimately to the state and the feds. But if you look at Riviera Beach, we're reporting about $9 per resident for a total of about $320,000 of reported costs, when you can look at other municipalities that are well over $2 million in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, $2 million, West Palm, 1.3, et cetera. So we have done a very good job on combating this virus, and some of the things that we've done to be associated with the cost are preventative measures that we've put in place to assist the public and the community, whether it's the distribution of masks, et cetera. Those are costs that are all associated with the COVID-related costs.
Question on that slide.
Go ahead, Mr. McCoy, and then I have one as well.
Well, I have a question on a lot of things that have been presented, but I didn't know when it was going to be the opportunity to respond. So can we get some guidance on how we're going to, dispose with these items?
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
How many more slides about do you have?
About 6 slides.
Is it appropriate for us to stop at this point and ask a question about this slide, or would you rather we wait till the end? My problem is I have to go back to this. It'd be easier for us to be able to ask you now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I wanted to ask on the first one, Madam Chair, but we kind of gotten this far, and I guess I didn't see this before, and it wasn't something that I was aware that was going to be presented, but whatever you guys decide.
Well, go ahead. Do you have a question?
Well, yes. So, I have one of many questions, but speaking of this one in particular, am I being seen? Let me make sure I can turn on so I can be seen.
You're hiding there, Mr. McCoy, please.
Well, that's what I've been known to do.
Reveal yourself.
You see me now, don't you?
You do.
Okay, so my question is, Is that $9 per 1,000 residents? Is that what I'm understanding, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir.
For COVID-related costs?
No, these
Yes,
are
sir.
not in thousands, Mr. McCoy. This is 9,000. See above it says in thousands? And the little tiny print above the Palm Beach Gardens line.
Right. So 9,000 per 1,000 residents.
Right.
Okay, so this covers, so we have 320 total reported costs. Is that what I'm seeing?
320,000. Yes, sir.
Related to specific COVID-related activities.
Yes, sir.
Does that include the amount of time and a half that's been designated for pandemic pay?
None of this information that's contained in this doesn't account for any pay or any payroll. If you did add that into, I think the cost for that, and I believe Mr. Sherman's on the line, was about 147,000, I believe, for COVID-related expense just for management. But if you look holistically, I think that's on a previous slide.
Okay, so my follow-up question is, so if that's only related to specific direct costs related to COVID, we've incurred $320,000. What's the start date?
The start date, most likely on that, was once we issued the declaration. Mr. Sherman, are you on the call? If you can provide some perspective on that, sir.
Yes. Good evening. This is Randy Sherman, Finance Director. First, let me back up. The $320,000 does include the salaries that have been paid out, the PP and sanitizing costs and the like are just shy of $120,000, and then the salaries are about less than $200,000. The 320 that I reported to the Web EOC, is a rounded figure. Some of the costs do actually precede the declaration. There were some costs that were incurred in early March, and I have included them in here. Whether we are able to recoup those costs will be something we will certainly find out at a later point. But the 320 does include all costs through April 25th.
Yeah, well, I'm just, these are clearly estimates because there's no way that we could possibly have what an organization like Boynton Beach or Jupiter or even Belgrade, for that matter, would even spend related to COVID-related expenses when clearly we're in COVID right now. And I don't know how their reporting system is, but that number seems like that must be nothing more than an estimate. But my main concern is you said it does include some actual costs of salaries. But my question was, what's the real true cost of what management, whether it's COVID related or not, completely related to pandemic pay, has cost the city up till today? And that's what I want to see.
Yeah, that was actually on a previous slide. The manager wants to
I'll back up, I think, is...
Yep, right there.
There, yeah. 147,297.
So is this the cost for management, and that exists of how many individuals?
In totality, it's about 70.
Impossible. Everybody is included under management?
Yes, sir.
So how many employees? You said 70?
Yes,
I didn't
sir.
see those 70 positions listed in the memo.
We didn't list out the 70 positions in the memo.
So these are the 70 individuals that's taking the time and a half?
That is correct.
So who are the individuals that's in SEIU that represents the $6,136? Because and the reason I ask is because I got individuals who aren't a part of SEIU, who are full-time, that actually walked up to me and said they don't take time and a half. So I really want an explanation of every one of those columns. And here's the other thing. So what I'm understanding also is there's a difference between being in a union and being covered by a union. So basically you enjoy the benefits of protections of a union and you pay dues into the union, but you're not a part of the collective bargaining agreement. Is there any distinction between that for SEIU, IAFF, and also for PBA? Because I understand top level captains and so forth are part of PBA, but they're not a part of the collective bargaining agreement.
This is Randy Sherman again. The majors and captains are not part of PBA.
But they do contribute to PBA and they have protections from PBA. So they wouldn't be represented on your end, right?
Correct. I believe that the union allows them to continue to pay into the union, but they are not part of that collective bargaining group.
Okay, in the PPE and sanitation.
We have that broken down on a future slide. What that
before we go further, I want to ask a question about the 118,000.
Here's a result from the web.
A city phone, can you imagine? So the $118,000, those are all union workers?
I think
no. This is personal protective equipment and sanitation materials.
No. So
yes.
So where are the individuals that aren't covered by SEIU that are receiving pandemic pay? Where is that displayed at? Because I don't know where it would be. Because if they're not management, and I guess that probably makes the perfect question. How do you describe what management is?
Management is referred to as non-represented for all intent and purpose. That's just we could have put non-represented or what have you, but it's your communications team. It's a multitude of folks that are in that particular group, to include department directors, administration, etc.
Well, I think it's important to lay out who that represents, because $147,000, I thought that represented the city manager, the city attorney, the finance director, and a couple of the department heads. So are you suggesting that communication personnel are included in this management category?
Communication meaning our multimedia producer would be considered in this particular group.
And this is just time and a half, or is this also other individuals who aren't under a collective bargaining agreement who are getting paid?
Mr. Sherman, if you want to provide some context on that.
The management group is basically, first of all, managers up. Supervisors are in the PMSA group. That's where we draw the line. The managers and assistant directors and directors, they all fall in the management group. There are a few individuals that are what we call confidential or administrative employees that are not, that are not represented due to the nature of their jobs. For example, my payroll coordinator is not a member of a union. So you have some individuals like that we've classified in this management group, and we certainly can provide a list.
I would like to see that. Particularly, I would like to see everyone, because I have individuals who work in the public works department that aren't a part of SEIU, but don't receive time and a half, and are not covered by the pandemic pay policy.
If they work over 40 hours. So for instance, an example would be if a utility district employee works their 24 hours and is asked to come in on Saturday, because they work 24 hours, are compensated for 40. But if we bring them in on a Saturday or for a time that is outside of what their normal schedule is, Mr. Sherman, correct me if I'm wrong, that's when they qualify or are eligible for the pandemic pay. Just like PBA and IAFF and SEIU.
Yeah, and I'm interrupting. We count the time not worked, and we're calling that the reserve status, as time worked when we calculate overtime. So if they're 3 days and you get 24 hours in a non-work status, and they come in and then work 20 hours because they came in on Saturday, they're getting time and a half for that extra time over and above 40. So the 24 hours at home, we are counting as time worked when we calculate overtime.
Okay, well, my question is, does that apply to everybody throughout the organization? Because I have people that are working 40 hours that are not a part of a collective bargaining agreement, that's not a part of management, that is not receiving the pandemic pay. And I'm, for obvious reasons, I won't share their names, but
and see, and we can have that, you know, the names or what have you. We can have the discussion online or offline. But if they are, because you have some cases where people are working, their schedule may be to work Monday through Friday, 40 hours a week, and they are not working, or they're not on reserve status, or they're not on telecommuting or what have you. So you may have that particular situation, but you do have the situation where, for instance, back to the utility district, you have folks working 24 hours and then they're compensated their other hours that are remaining. If they come in, they're getting paid time and a half. So without seeing exactly and knowing exactly the situation or the circumstance, it's hard to be able to look at that particular situation. And that's why that we have said to the employees on numerous occasions, talk to us, let us know what's going on. And if there's any clarity that we can provide, we would be willing to provide that.
Well, Mr. Evans, I'm gonna be honest with you and Ms. Nguyen and also Mr. Sherman, it's not that easy for them to say that. You know why? Because that's the reason why we've been inundated with all of these calls and drop-bys and home visits about this. So my question is, and this is what I would like to see. We have over 500 employees. I want a list to see exactly who's been getting and receiving pandemic pay, their position, and what they were receiving before we went under the state of emergency. That's my request from the manager to the manager to provide me with that information. And then I can better understand exactly what we're looking at, because the classification seems to be different, whether you're in a union or not. You work in a department, like for instance, a person may work in the fire department, but it's not covered under IAFF. And that presents a little bit of a distortion when I'm looking at 39,374, when I know truly that doesn't represent everybody that works in the fire department that is not covered under IAFF.
Madam Chair?
Do you mind if Ms. Lanier weighs in, and we'll come back to if you have more questions? Councilwoman Lanier.
Pardon me.
You got a question? Do I mind?
Pardon me,
Of course
Mr.
I mind. I got a bunch of questions. I
I know,
asked
Mr.
for
McCoy. Can I
placing
just
my
get one
agenda.
in, please, Mr. McCoy?
Of course, anything for you, colleague.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. I just want to get one question in. One of the questions is that is this pay allowable under the FEMA and the pandemic policy? The pay that is in question, is it allowable under these policies?
Mr. Evans or Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman, did you hear the question?
Well, it certainly is allowable under the pandemic pay policy. And again, the pandemic policy was modeled after the hurricane policy or the disaster pay policy. And that disaster pay policy has held up for 15 years and been fully compensated by FEMA. So again,
it is allowable under the pandemic FEMA policy. The union members are getting paid. Now, Mr. McCoy, I just want to get this out right quick, and I'll give you back your mic to ask your other questions. Now, my understanding is this, that you have employees. Now, we're talking about 70 employees. Now, please do not get me wrong with this. Everybody deserves to be able to be compensated for the work that they do. Hear me, the work that they do. Now, it is my understanding, and that's the reason why I wanted to put this out to the next meeting, because there's still information coming in. It is my understanding that there are employees who work 24 hours a week, but they're still getting paid for 40 hours. That means that they're 3 days on, 2 days off. They still get paid for the 40 hours. They don't go to work, and they're still getting paid. So now listen, I work for Palm Beach County. There is no way that I can work 24 hours and get paid for 40. It is not going to happen. They tell me that the library staff does not even come to work. There is no telework for them. There's no telework for a lot of employees. Now, I'm not begrudging them that. Please just understand me. I am not begrudging any employee that receives their fair share of what they work for. But I do know that, number one, if you work, then you get paid. It's just that simple. That is just the American way. You work, you get paid. But my understanding is that there's 24 hours that employees work. There are 16 hours that they don't work, but they still get paid for those 16 hours. That's a beautiful thing. No other county, no other municipality in this county is getting that. And certainly not with me, with Palm Beach County. I'm not going to work for 24 hours and get paid for 40. It's not going to happen. And no other municipality is doing that. That is the reason why the news led with a story that said the city of Riviera Beach is paying its employees 100% of what they earn. But guess what? When you look down, Mr. McCoy, into the fine print, they are working 24 hours. They're getting paid for 40, and there's nothing wrong with that. But what is it that now that you're looking at executive staff, people who I call at 1 o'clock in the morning and they answer my call, people who I've had conference calls with, executive staff at 11 o'clock at night. So of course the executive staff is going to be paid time and a half. They're on call 24 hours. And Mr. McCoy, you have to admit, you have called them all times of night and they've had to answer the phone. But you can't call the person who's in public works, who does the sidewalks, and say at 12 o'clock at night, hey, what about that sidewalk on in Federal Garden? It's not gonna happen. So what I want to say, Mr. McCoy, and I really, 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 hear me now, I really understand where you're coming from. And I understand the reason why you want to be able to get some clarity on this. I do. But what I want to say is that based on what I know, and guess what? I don't know everything because I haven't got all the information. But what I do know is that there are people who are getting 40 hours a week who are only working for 24 hours. And as I said, that's fine. Just that the news had a story about it. It's a wonderful thing. But guess what? If you're going to say that executive staff cannot have time and a half based on a policy that's already in place, and you're saying change the policy, but you're still getting paid, I don't understand what the issue here is. And I will digress. And Mr. McCoy, I'm sorry for butting in on your time, but please proceed, Mr. McCoy.
Well, gentle lady from the 3rd District, I'm going to correct you on a few things. So first of all, I'm not speaking for those individuals that are getting paid. I have folks that are genuinely working 40 hours a week that are not getting the pandemic pay. They're not a part of management and they aren't receiving it. So I don't necessarily, me having an issue with management getting it is a whole other story. My question solely deals with at this moment, just this moment, because let me tell you something, we're at 9:44, we might as well extend because I do anticipate on having a special meeting. And I want you, Shirley, because I'm looking at the camera, to tell those working class people that stopped me inside the grocery store that's working on the utility district that I didn't even know works on Saturdays.
And they've been calling me too, Mr. McCoy.
That they are not getting time and a half, and they're out on the front lines of this very pandemic. So my question is this: while I certainly want to say that it's a kumbaya moment, that we all agree on everything, what I think you may be missing is those facts that you said you don't have. And the truth is, this doesn't apply to everybody equally. And
Mr. McCoy, I urge you, please, because you are absolutely right. You are absolutely correct. Let's have a special meeting, because I'm telling you.
Well, I'll see you on Saturday morning at 9 o'clock.
Oh, let's do it. I hear these things you're saying.
7?
Guess what? Everything that you're saying to me. Yes. No, 7 o'clock, my man. Don't start that now.
I'm going to say, can I have a little word here?
Okay, all I'm saying, Mr. McCoy, is that I agree with you, and that the same way Kashamba Miller Anderson said the same thing. You're telling me things, Mr. McCoy, that I have not heard. So yes, we do need to hash this out.
Okay, we're going to hash it out.
Well, let me make sure that I'm clear, Madam Chair.
No, Mr. McCoy, one moment, please. I beg your indulgence. It is 9:46 now. If we're going to have a special meeting about this, which it sounds like at least Ms. Lanier would like to have, and I don't, maybe others, then I think that we should either extend for a few minutes, 10 minutes maybe, to let Mr. Evans finish his slides and save our other questions for an upcoming meeting. And I think we can have that in the relatively near future. So if I can have your indulgence, Mr. McCoy, I know you're anxious to ask more questions. Could we let Mr. Evans finish his slide deck and see if he can get that done before 10 o'clock, and then we can set a time for a special meeting about this?
You want to know my true response?
Yes, I do.
I respect you, so I'm going to say yes. You can do it.
Right. Mr. Evans, would you finish your slides and then we can move on? Thank you, Mr. McCoy.
All right. I believe we were here. We'll move on to the next slide. This looks at COVID-related costs versus positive tests. And here, if you look at Riviera Beach, again, we are out there as far as leading the most municipalities in Palm Beach County with regards to what we're doing to combat the virus and educate and inform the public and putting some of the safety protocols and procedures that are in place to keep that number relatively low. Here are some of the breakdowns for the commodities that we've acquired as it relates to the pandemic. And so there's that $118,000. The PPEs, masks, gloves, etc. We have given out, and with our latest mask drive that I'll provide some additional information, it will be about $30,000 worth of masks to the community. So that's the cost for COVID. This is something that I think is very important to the discussion, just to show what the staff has been doing. And I would venture to say, if you looked at all the municipalities in Palm Beach County, we are the leaders. Feeding South Florida in totality, we've fed over 5,000 families or 5,000 carloads of individuals, however you want to handle that. We've provided hot lunches, produce, 450 cars. We've assisted in providing help for hospitality and helping hands for seniors. Heron Estates, we've dropped off massive quantities of food, masks, PPEs, everything that we can do. We provided assistance to St. George, as well as other individuals throughout the community when you look at the basic necessities that are needed to sustain life. We've also moved forward with mass distributions. We opened up 4 sites in our community for surgical mass distributions, and we gave out roughly about close to 13 to 14,000 masks. We have also assisted some funeral homes, as well as some folks in our community that are having funerals, with providing them the appropriate PPE so they can be safe. And we are rolling out something that is very innovative and creative, that no other municipality, I would argue, in the state is doing. As early as Friday, we will be mailing out 13,000 surgical masks to individuals within our community. And we have provided a letter from the city council that will be a part of the distribution of those surgical masks. We are probably one of the only, if not the only city in Palm Beach County to enter into an exclusive relationship for employee testing with American Care that is located off Broadway. They have been testing our employees that are exhibiting symptoms, and we have worked with them to ensure that it is a seamless process. Prior to the conversation that we had with Dr. Garcia, American Care was not accepting Aetna. Dr. Garcia made a call to the CEO of Aetna, and they are accepting our insurance and doing everything to make sure that our employees get the appropriate testing. And you're getting test results from American Care within 3 days, where if you go to any other facility, you may see something that takes anywhere from 7 to 10 days. We were able to open up a public testing site under the direction and guidance and leadership by the city council, and we were able to spool that up within a 5-day notice to have testing for our community. And we're also going to be offering additional testing again here on Saturday. One of the other things that we've been able to work on is making sure that our city staff is trained in NIMS training, National Incident Management System. One of the things that is critically important, anyone that is to be an emergency operations leader as it relates to a section chief is required to have the training that is provided by FEMA. And one of the things we asked for all our employees to do was to get ICS 100, 200, 700, and 800. And that was an edict that was provided by administration. So for all intent and purpose, you have hundreds of hours that was expended, thousands of hours by the employees to be certified in FEMA policies and procedures that assist us in making sure that our employees are certified and understand how we would operate. I think I skipped a slide here.
You did that one.
Did this one. Okay, sorry. There was another slide that spoke to, here we go. This slide is very important. It talks about how we've led the county with regards to social media posts, over 107 posts. We've reached over 135,000 people through Facebook. Our Facebook engagements are well over 22,000. Instagram views are at 15,000 and YouTube views over 1,000. If you look at the series of meetings that we've had since the pandemic started, there's a total of about 64 meetings, and I can assure you every individual that's on the ICS team is having conversations with the employees, with the community, with the elected officials, with department heads. We've also had multiple conversations with medical professionals to get a little bit of a better understanding as it relates to this virus and how this virus operates. And then I've had conversations with other local municipalities to understand what's happening, so there's unity and continuity as it relates to our operation. We've established an employee call line where if an employee is exhibiting symptoms and they go for testing, we literally call them every day to check on them. That has been well over 200 plus calls. We have scheduled over 45 tests for employees. We follow up on them. We have provided copious amounts of public notices, memorandums, posters, letters to the tune of about 139. And we are putting out multiple pieces of information on a daily basis to ensure that the public is informed and engaged about what's going on. So there has been a lot of work and a lot of effort that has been done by the members of the team. Everybody is playing a particular role, but I can tell you from the communications from the employees that I've had, is that they are appreciative of the information and the content that is provided, and they're always informed of what's going on. And so if they have any questions, I think our administration has made ourselves accessible and available to the employees, and still will remain to do so, and keeping the community and the council abreast of what's going on as it relates to COVID. But there's been a lot of good work, and I really do believe some of the things that we've done can be a case study as it relates to communication and community efforts, and some of the operations that we've been able to spool up to support the city and the residents.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Given that it is 9:55 p.m., could we get somebody to make a motion to extend till 10:15, no later, so that we can finish up this meeting? And part of that finishing up will be to set a time to have the special meeting so that Mr. McCoy's questions and others, Ms. Lanier's questions and mine, and I'm sure all of us can be answered about this pandemic pay. So can somebody make that motion to extend? Or not? No one's interested, okay?
Make a motion to extend for 15 minutes.
Okay, can I get a, thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy,
McCoy, a motion to extend for 15 minutes till 10 after, 11 after. McCoy.
looks like he's frozen.
He's not frozen, he's moving.
Okay.
He
Councilperson
hears
Miller
us.
Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier. Okay. Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel. Chair Botel?
Yes, I'm on. I said yes, yes.
Okay. Councilperson McCoy?
He must not. He does look frozen. Well, we got 3 votes. We can extend for 15 minutes. So let's address the first issue, I think, before we proceed, which is to say, Mr. McCoy, did you, I hate to proceed with him frozen like that. Mr. McCoy? He's not frozen. He's kidding. You look at him and laugh.
He is not frozen. He is not frozen at all. He's heard us the entire time, I'm sure.
I was asleep. I'm sorry.
Are you still desirous of having a special meeting?
I'm going to call a special meeting.
Okay, so we don't have to just.
I can determine what the items are on the agenda, if you don't mind.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Specifically, we discussed, and my idea was pandemic pay, but clearly this has went somewhere else, and I don't want to be included on the vote for extending anything other than adjourning, because I think I would love to see those who have opposition, especially the woman from the 3rd district who indicated that she didn't have enough information, but she seemed to be the most opinionated. And I would love to see that she stands up and tell the members of the working class families and the unions here in the city that she doesn't want to discuss what's important to them. So we'll do it on a special meeting. And I don't want the whole council. I want somebody to get to the meeting and tell those folks no. So
No. Let's have a special meeting because Mr. McCoy.
Well, you go ahead and say it then.
Can we
Mr.
have
McCoy,
a discussion by city attorney?
I said before that I wanted to hear all the arguments. I wanted to hear all the evidence. You brought things to the table tonight. You brought things to the table tonight that I had not heard.
We're not having this conversation.
Okay,
Point of order, people. Point of order.
Let's go.
Do we have a discussion by city attorney?
No, thank you.
You know, I know she didn't have any.
Do
You have anything, Ms. Gwen?
Committee reports.
You don't have nothing, do you?
Statements by mayor and city council, starting with the mayor. Mayor, are you still there? Mayor Felder? I'm not hearing you. He says, I have nothing. Teachers of the deaf know how to read lips. Thank you. Mr. McCoy, anything from you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Miller Anderson?
I just wanted to, well, first of all, are we identifying a date or you're just going to make up a date?
He's gonna put the agenda together and run it. He's on his own out there.
Okay, all right.
Former chairperson, I'm sure you have nothing to do. I mean, the district is closed.
I'm still on the clock and I still work every day. Thank you very much. Mr. Evans, the board committees, are we gonna bring that for our next meeting? For like the League of Cities, the PPA, those board committees?
Yes,
that
we
we
can,
can
we can
select
bring
it.
that.
Okay. And so just the $500,000 that's no longer needed for the housing authority, are we able to utilize that money for road projects, maybe to help out Mr. McCoy over in his area, since a whole new
Federal Garden too.
Yeah, we can we can reappropriate those monies, but I do want to say that I believe Mr. McCoy does have substantial sector monies that is available.
Oh. Well, we can use that we still need to go back over to the Park Manor area because of those bicycle lanes. So that is certainly something you all may want to keep on your radar. Because McCoy, you were part of the ones cheering that on. So I know I have your full support with that.
Well, Madam former Chair, Park Manor is not represented just by you, so you know.
I know that. That's exactly why I said that. That's why I said you probably supported me on that. May 15, 2019. Is somebody watching at all? You wanted to hear my voice from when I was the chair or something, Mr. McCoy?
Somebody watching at home. You could
He's watching other videos, obviously.
It was definitely McCoy. It looks like this.
To be able to use the microphones for the next meeting. Or Anderson is up for remarks.
So the board committees, the 500,000, Mr. Evans will talk about that. You can come with some you of how we can redistribute that money. And then also, I just want to say thank you.
No, you won't.
Thank you, everyone, again. You know, looking at the PowerPoint that you just showed, Mr. Evans, I knew there was a lot going on behind the scenes, but that really put forth a major point of the things that the city has done that many cities have not been doing. And I've also gotten calls and, you know, people say, you know, that's a really good thing that we've been doing. And so I appreciate all the hard work that all workers have put in, you know, everybody. I'm not just talking about Mr. Evans or the department heads. All of our employees have really done a great job in trying to make sure that Riviera Beach was really supporting our residents. So I'd like to thank you all for the mask giveaways, the food giveaways, the testing site, and just all of the things that we've done during this time. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Ms. Lanier.
I'd like to thank Mr. Evans for that wonderful presentation. It brought to light some of the things I didn't know. Thank you, Mr. McCoy, for bringing some things to light that I did not know. Also, thanks to Mr. Lawson for the testing. I really, really appreciate that. We have another testing coming up this Saturday. Mr. Lawson, awesome job. I really can appreciate that because I've been talking about testing. I've been talking about masks. I've been talking about trying to keep our community safe, you know, talking with Ms. Motel in terms of trying to open up things, trying to make sure everybody is safe. So, Mr. Lawson, I really appreciate that. Also, if we have employees who are not being compensated, we need to bring them in and to compensate them. So however that needs to work. And Mr. McCoy, I totally agree with you. There are things that I did not know. There are things that the reason why me and Miss Miller Anderson said that, you know, there's a lot of things that we don't know. I got 4 emails as we were speaking about this subject. So yes, we could do a special meeting and to air out all of this. So every employee in the city, and guess what? There are 37 municipalities in Palm Beach County. Riviera Beach is the only one who is given 100% pay for people who are in the field and who are still working. So yes, we want to make sure that all of our 400 plus employees are being compensated. Now, on that note, I want to also say, I really appreciate the mayor giving me the opportunity to read the proclamation for Liz Wade. I want to thank our chair, which means that everything that we do, people, has to go through our chair. And the chair decides those issues that we need to be able to look at and to be able to discuss. Now, we can bring things to the table, but we also need to recognize that we do have a chair and that those things need to be able to come through her to be able to make sure that we're all on the same page with this. And also a shout out to all of the Riviera Beach staff, city staff, everybody from Public Works, everybody from Walter over in making this happen for us, and everybody who is a city employee. I really appreciate it. And then guess what? We are going to get this right, and we are going to make sure, because as I said before in the beginning, this is a process in the making here. This is a new normal. And someone said, you know what? You know, you guys are doing these things online. Guess what? We are in the middle of a pandemic. We are not working from home. We are working from home during a pandemic. So we have to understand that everything is not going to go smoothly. We are learning as we go. And Mr. Evans, thank you again for all your hard work, and especially for Ms. Deirdre Jacobs and Ms. Rashay Huff for the work that they do. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mayor Felder, I think I missed you earlier, and I'm going to give Mr. Lawson. Mayor Felder, any comments? Or did you say no? Was I reading your lips before yet? We still can't
remember
hear.
he said no.
Sorry, Mayor. Councilperson Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had a request for Mr. Evans. I wanted to get an update because I received a message yesterday from Brother Willie Bowe that recently passed, Councilman McCoy's uncle. And there was a request in regards to a street naming from his youngest daughter. I had a question. Did we ever implement a process to go ahead and talk about the street renamings? Because I know we had this discussion when we talked about the cost of the street names. We talked about the process, the surveys we want to take from residents. There was a few things, but I don't know if we put a process in place.
I have the research. We haven't put a process in place, but that's something that I can bring back to the council for a discussion, because I've seen, multiple cities from the research handle it multiple ways, and so I can provide you a matrix and some policy recommendations.
Yeah, I definitely want to have something in place because we have some very well qualified residents. But if we're going to take a uniformed approach at it, I want to make sure we do the right thing. Also, I wanted to commend the city actually on the parade that was hosted for Miss Allie Mae. That was amazing. We literally had a resident that turned 100 years old, and all of our colleagues were out there in support, and it was an amazing thing to see. And some of the things that I see here in the city, a lot of other municipalities are kind of looking at us as the pillars of the community, of the staple of what a municipality is supposed to look like. And I really commend my staff because we're just literally the spokespersons for our residents, but you guys are executing everything that the residents are asking for. And I want to thank everybody for that. I do have a request though. On May 15th, 2019, we discussed the disparity study. There was a discussion with Ms. Deirdre Jacobs and our procurement director, Mr. Little. And we talked about, and actually passed the vote 5-0, to talk about collecting and starting to collect data immediately. We also talked about hiring a consultant to start looking at the process of implementing a WMBE program for the city. We were instructed that in October 2018, we adopted a system, Tyler Munis, that would allow for us to start collecting the data. And I was instructed that we would start doing that. So I wanted to make sure that, Mr. Evans, that we're putting this in place, because as of today, we still haven't begun collecting the data. And I know that we voted on this back in May of 2019 to begin doing it. So we are almost a year behind collecting the data right now. So while we have this time and the ability to do it, I really want this to kind of be an initiative that we take aggressive approach of.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Is that it?
Thank you.
I have just a couple of things. We only have a minute left. If you look over toward the island, look toward the ocean, you'll see that the tiara is lit up in blue. All blue lights, all 44 stories of it. And that is because we're participating on Singer Island in a project called Light It Blue, which is a national project designed to put blue lights on their houses and their businesses to say thank you to the essential workers in our community. And all of Singer Island, including Palm Beach Shores, will be doing that. And if any of my colleagues are interested in doing the same kind of thing with their constituencies and their districts, I'm happy to tell you where we're getting our light bulbs and where we're getting our blue gel and so on. I think it's kind of a fun thing, something for us to do to really say thank you. We'll be having a very small virtual ceremony to kick it off officially on Tuesday of next week. Everyone is invited to come to the Ocean Walk Mall, wear your masks, we'll be socially distancing, and I hope to get some drone footage of the whole island lit up in blue. Even the Marriott, the sign on the Marriott has blue gel in front of it, so that'll be a fun.
And Chair Botel, I don't mean to interrupt you, but could I ask the councilman from District 1 to be able to provide me with some sector funding for my blue lights, please?
Sure, he'd be happy to do that.
Well, Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
the distinguished member from District 1 doesn't own any Sector 1 funding, so it's not my money. As long as it's used in District 1. Anybody?
Well, you two can take that offline.
We can't.
Well, you can. I'm sorry, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you want to set me up like.
I want to remind parents from Lincoln, Washington, Bethune, and JFK, which are the 4 schools I'm working with to provide food. Please, if you can't get to the feeding sites, let your principals know, and we'll deliver food to you. And thank you again to Mr. Evans for helping us with that project. I will be looking to find a library board volunteer from Singer Island. Apparently, there's no one now on the library board from District 4. So I'll be at our next meeting. I'll give a little description of what the library involves. Also, thank you, Mr. Evans, for a wonderful presentation. It's amazing how much work you've been doing, and I really appreciate it. I know we all do. I have a question. Someone came to me lately today about campaign signs. Do we have any idea how much in advance of a campaign people can put signs up? I thought it was 30 days, but I could be wrong. Maybe by the next time.
Yeah, I'll check with code compliance and legal and all that, because that's always a contentious point, and we'll send out an email for direction for that. So, and I see a lot of heads shaking no, so we'll provide some additional clarity.
We do this every 3 years around this time. We bring that up. Yeah. Ms. Anthony knows what I'm talking about.
Mr. Bailey knows. There's Mr. Bailey. He knows.
Yeah, somebody could shout the sign, but I digress.
All right. Anyone else for the good of the order? If not, Mr. Evans, yes.
Yeah, and for all the mothers out there, happy Mother's Day. And if you haven't gotten your mom flowers, you still have a little bit of time. Flowers.com just sent me a notification, so don't forget.
Right. Anything else? Good. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Happy Mother's Day.